Kid Kart Novice is about to go on track, which means we are now going to push into 206, 2 and 4 cycle novice once Kid Kart Novice goes out on track. 2 and 4 cycle novice will be up on grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice will be up on grid. 206 senior light will be up on pre-grid. 206 senior light to pre-grid. 206 junior will be up on deck. After 206 junior, going to go into 206 junior sportsman. So again, 2 and 4 cycle novice is about to go out on track, which means 206 senior light needs to be up on grid. 206 junior will be up on pre-grid. 206 junior sportsman will be up on deck. After 206 junior sportsman, we'll then go into 206 senior heavy. Once again, this is a reminder that the qualifying session will be 5 laps in distance, 5 laps in distance for qualifying. 2 and 4 cycle novice is about to go out on track, which means 206 senior light. 206 senior light needs to be up on grid. 206 senior light to grid. 206 junior. 206 junior is up on pre-grid. 206 junior sportsman is up on deck. After that, we're going to go to 206 senior heavy. Again, this is another reminder that we are 5 laps for qualifying. These are going to go by decently quick, especially when we get to these faster classes. So please make sure you are on grid at the appropriate time. Briggs, 206 senior light is out on track. 206 senior light's out on track, which means 206 junior. 206 junior needs to be up on grid. 206 junior sportsman is up on pre-grid. 206 senior heavy is up on deck. After 206 senior heavy, we're going to go into KA senior. So again, 206 senior lights out on track, so we need 206 junior up on grid. 206 junior sportsman up on pre-grid. 206 senior heavy is up on deck. After 206 senior heavy, we're going to get into KA senior. Test one. Briggs, 206 junior is out on track. 206 junior is out on track, which means 206 junior sportsman. 206 junior sportsman needs to be up on grid. 206 senior heavy up on pre-grid. KA senior up on deck. Again, Briggs, 206 junior is out on track. Sorry, 206 junior sportsman needs to be up on grid. 206 senior heavy up on pre-grid. KA senior up on deck. After KA senior, we'll get into our micros. 206 Junior Sportsman is out on track, which means that up next is going to be 206 Senior Heavy on grid. 206 Senior Heavy on grid. KA Senior on pre-grid. Micro will be up on deck. Again, 206 Senior Heavy on grid. KA Senior on pre-grid. Micro on deck. After that, we'll get into our minis. Following the minis, it's going to go Collegiate GP, 206 Masters, KA Junior, 206 Medium, 206 Master Heavy, and 206 Super Masters. Again, these are 5 laps in length for qualifying, so it's going to go by fairly quickly. Please make sure that you are on grid at the appropriate time. If you'd like to have your own personal rotation, you can find it inside the lobby and also on our socials on Instagram and Facebook. K8 Senior. K8 Senior is now out on track, which means we need micros up on grid, micro on grid. Mini will be up on pre-grid, mini to pre-grid. Collegiate GP will be up on deck. So again, we got K8 Senior out on track, which means micro needs to be on grid. Mini needs to be up on pre-grid. Collegiate GP is up on deck. After that, we're going to go into our 206 Masters, followed by K8 Junior, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy, Super Masters. We'll take a quick break before going into our pre-final. So these are going to go by quickly. Make sure you're up on grid at the appropriate time.
minis and micros will be ran together, so that means Collegiate GP is now up on grid. Again, minis and micros will be ran together. So Collegiate GP is up on grid. 206 Masters is up on pre-grid. K8 Junior is now up on deck after K8 Junior gets a 206 Senior Medium.
Once again, minis and micros are being ran together. So Collegiate GP is up on grid. 206 Masters is up on pre-grid. KA Junior is up on deck. Following KA Junior is going to go to 206 Senior Medium. 206 Masters is about to, and they're actually now out on track. 206 Masters is on track. K8 Junior should be up on grid. K8 Junior to grid. 206 Senior Medium needs to be up on pre-grid. 206 Masters Heavy will be up on deck. So, again, 206 Masters on track. K8 Junior to grid. 206 Senior Medium to pre-grid. 206 Masters Heavy should be up on deck. Following is going to be 206 Super Masters. After that, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we get going with our pre-finals. 206 senior medium is now on track. Checker flag is going to come out for them shortly. So we need 206 Masters Heavy on grid. You're about to go out. After that, we're going to go into 206 Supermasters. So 206 Masters Heavy about to go out. Supermasters will follow. After that, we'll have a little bit of a break before we come back for our pre-finals. White flag is out for 206 Masters, which means 206 Supermasters need to be up on grid right now. 206 Supermasters need to be on grid right now. You're about to go out for the last group of qualifying. Again, after that, we're going to go into a little bit of a break before we come back for the pre-finals. So that will conclude qualifying here for this afternoon's festivities. We're going to come back here in about 10 minutes. In 10 minutes at about 5:12, we're going to get back underway with kid karts for pre-finals. 10 minutes at 5:12. We're back underway with kid karts for pre-finals. Kid kart novice will be up on pre-grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice will be up on deck. Green flag is out for kid karts, which means if you're in kid kart novice, you need to be up on grid. Kid kart novice on grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice, you need to be on pre-grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice to pre-grid. 206 senior medium, you are up on deck. After that, it's going to go to 206 junior. Again, we are in the pre-finals right now, and if you're in kid kart novice, you need to be on grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice up on pre-grid. 206 senior medium up on deck. 206 junior will follow 206 senior medium. Checkered flag is out for kid kart, so kid kart novice. Kid karts are up next. Kid karts are about to make their way out on track, which means we need 2 and 4 cycle novice. 2 and 4 cycle novice up on grid. 206 senior medium up on pre-grid. 206 junior will be up on deck. 206 junior sportsman will follow. Checkered flag is out for Kid Kart Novice. Checkered flag is out for Kid Kart Novice, which means 206 Senior Light. 206 Senior Light, you're about to go, 2 and 4 Cycle Novice is about to go out, which will then push 206 Senior Light up to grid once 2 and 4 Cycle Novice goes out. 206 Senior Light will be on grid. 206 Junior will be up on pre-grid. KA Junior Sportsman will be up on deck. Following 206 Junior Sportsman, looking into 206 Senior Heavy. On track now as he breaks 206 senior medium. 206 senior medium is now out on track, which means 206 junior is going to be up on grid. 206 junior sports will be up on pre-grid, and 206 heavy will be up on deck. Following 206 heavy, we'll get into KA senior. And here we go, one of the first of the heavy hitters for the heat races coming to you on the old school layout here at Whiteland Raceway Park. We're not quite under the lights, but the sun is starting to go down as a green flag is out with McCorkindale and Hanville on your front row. Through turn number 1 is going to be McCorkindale up on point. Hanville is going to settle into P2. And up into the third spot, here comes Brayton Johnson to the back bumper of Hanville through the crossover. Now they go through Daytona, single file. This is a little bit of a deeper field than we have here at WRP 206 class. Usually brings the numbers 13 in total, making their way after taking the green. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a shorter heat race. 8 laps in total. It's going to be 7 to go this next time by. And again, how they finish here will determine their starting position for the feature this afternoon. A new leader across the line. Brayton Johnson finds himself up on point. I think one of the first times we've seen him all season long here in this classic layup, but straight up to his back bumper. Whit McCorkindale got a huge tow out of turn 1 over to turn 2. Now into the sweeper, he's got some company right behind him. It is Eli Fox now up into the third spot right behind McCorkindale. So as it goes, it is Johnson on the AMAX racing car out in front. P2 is McCorkindale, the privateer, Burrell Art. P3 is Eli Fox and the new Gen Haas chassis running on the third spot. Now here comes Fox, elbows out, trying to get up into P2. He's going to have to slot back in now into the third position. Coming across the P4 behind him, it was Braden Heber last time by. This time by, it's Tyler Kearns. So that's going to be a teammate, a little bit of support there for Eli Fox running in the third position. As they make their way, they're going to burn another lap. That time by, looking at 5 laps to go. They make their way across the stripe. Currently 6.5 to go now. Out of the south side hairpin, decent lead for Brayton Johnson out in front. It is still McCorkindale in P2 with Fox right behind him in the third position. Give a little bit of a push going into the inside hairpin. Up the hill they come now, across the line. Look for 5 laps to go. This time by, just behind him, it looks like Brain Hanville struggling a little bit. He fell all the way back now into the 5th position. He is now onto the back bumper of Kearns and Ford, trying to see if he can't push himself up into that front 3-pack that we're seeing now. And Brayton Johnson may not have any teammates out front. We might see it just the effect that it's going to have. The good news for him, though, the 2 behind are going for the championship. So there's going to be all sorts of hecticness. They're going to not really hold back a whole lot because every point counts. You do get points from the pre-final carries over to the final, and they're going back and forth. That's going to bunch them up at the 2nd spot. So now Brayton Johnson out in front has got a little bit of breathing room, roughly about 5 kart lengths out of turn 1, but the 4 behind are all packed up with McCorkindale in P2. Then Fox into 3rd. Fox now has Hanville in his back bumper in P3, and then you have Tyler Kearns trailing off about a half a kart length from Hanville in the 5th position, just behind Hanville. We got a new up into the mix. Here comes Adam Maxwell for the 6th position. He's now made his way up to the pack, although the laps are dwindling for him. 3 laps to go this time by, so he's not going to have a whole lot of time to try to work his way up to the field. He did bring, I believe that's Caden Taylor on the Energy Kart privateer. Actually, that is not an Energy Kart. That is a Charles Leclerc kart running now in the 7th position. Caden Taylor, he was a heavy hitter here a couple years back, doing a full season here at WRP. Now he's not running as full of a schedule. He is a student at Purdue University, so he also competes in the Collegiate GP, so I'm sure we'll see him later on this afternoon in the collegiate class as well. But right now, he is back in his own where he grew up racing in the 206 class, right now in the depth of the field. Let's switch back up to your leaders. We come across the line now. 2 laps to go at the stripe. There goes Brayton Johnson out in front, led every lap since 2 on, continues to be out in front. He had a decent-sized gap, but that pack behind him settled in for a little bit. They used the tow to their advantage, and that slipstream, as some people call it, to catch back up now. Now he's under pressure, and he knows it from McCorkindale on the 2nd spot. He goes down to defend the inside line. That's going to bunch up everyone else. So that is open Pandora's box. We now have a 4-car pack out in front with Maxwell in 5th,
about a half a car behind. So let's see it as, Hanville up over the back bumper of McCorkadale. That's going to slow him down. He now falls back through the field. There goes Taylor. There goes Kearns. That's also going to break up that second pack from the leader. So now they're getting antsy, almost 3 wide now heading into turn 2. Here comes Max on the inside for second. He gets around McCorkadale. Now Kearns is going to try to get his nose in. They're going to go side by side through Daytona. They're still side by side. That is Fox. If I'm not mistaken, that was Kate Taylor on the outside line. Held it. Full throttle around. He's going to get shuffled back as well. Now Hanville drops a wheel. All sorts of chaos here for your 206 medium. Coming up now on the checkered flag. It's going to be an easy win for Braden Johnson out in front. He's pulled away from the field. And here comes his teammate from the back of the field up into second. Adam Maxwell will start outside pole position. Going down the order after that, we get into Evan McCorkadale in third, Tyler Kearns in fourth, Eli Fox in fifth, Brandon Hanville comes back in sixth, Kate Taylor in seventh, Braden Mayfield in eighth, Braden Hebert in ninth, and Brady Sapperfield, after starting dead in Charlie in 13th, will finish in the 10th position. So that will do it for your 206 senior medium pre-final. We got more racing just like that still yet to come. So stay tuned, as up next we got 206 junior followed by 206 junior sportsman and 206 senior heavy coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Up next, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network, is your Briggs 206 Junior pre-final, about to get set here underway again. How they finish here in the pre-final will determine their starting spot for the feature this afternoon. 12 karts in total. Your front row, Braden Rutter and Landon Brewer, are going to start 1 and 2. Sam Tutwiler in third, Dane Van Dyke in fourth, Lane Gibbs rounding out your top 5. Green flag is out, side by side for the lead down into turn 1. Who's going to get it? It's the outside jump from Landon Brewer. He's going to go to the point. Braden Rutter now is going to lose one more position. Van Dyke goes around the outside. Sam Tutwiler right behind Rutter going into the sweeper of turn 2. Giving him just a little bit of support, as much as he can, to keep him up in the field, but not give him too much to get him to run away from Tutwiler. Tutwiler still on the back bumper of Rutter. Gives a little bit of a push in the south side hairpin. That's going to force Rutter wide. He maintains his position. Tutwiler slotted in now to P4. Into the inner hairpin they come. Up the hill now as we have a couple of spinners over in the south side hairpin on the exit. They're able to get back on the way to their own power, as it is now going to be Landon Brewer out in front of Van Dyke 1 and 2. Van Dyke, he's got a mirror full of karts, because behind him is Braden Rutter, Sam Tutwiler, Lane Gibbs also into the mix as well. Behind Lane Gibbs, you get back into Raider Santos in 6th, Maddox Super in 7th, and Gage Giustinato in the 8th position. We're going to keep an eye on the top 5, though. That is Landon Brewer leading the way out in front. Just behind him, Van Dyke is holding off the likes of Braden Rutter and Sam Tutwiler. Tutwiler determined to try to get up into that 3rd spot. He's having a little bit of trouble with Rutter. Gets into the side pod, coming up the hill now towards the main straightaway. That's going to make Rutter go wide. Now Rutter's under attack here from Lane Gibbs.
Gibbs shoots it down to the inside. He gets one more position. That's going to push Rudder back now into fourth. So Rudder onto the back bumper of Gibbs in that WPK MPG entry. And we got contact here on the main straightaway. A couple karts around. I think they're going to get back underway. That was the kart number 9 top kart. Looking down my timing sheet, that was Austin Bram into the wall here on the main straightaway, was able to get it turned back around and underway under their own power. 5 laps to go now, this time by. Your 1 and 2 is Brewer, followed by Van Dyke. That's your first and second. Third position is Tutwiler. He's got a little bit of breathing room before he gets the likes of Lane Gibbs and Braden Rudder. Rudder was able to settle in that 5th position. Now gets straight to the back bumper of Gibbs, giving a little bit of a push. So that may be what Tutwiler needs to try to catch back up, because now Tutwiler's slowly falling out of drafting distance from the top 2 of Brewer and Van Dyke, and he's got just a little bit of about 3 karts between himself and Lane Gibbs and Braden Rudder in 4th and 5th. After they get back down a little bit farther deeper, you get to Ranger Santos in 6th, Maddox Hooper in 7th, Gage Jessinato in 8th, Kyler Peebles in 9th, Braden Cathell in 10th, Evan Patton in 11th, and Austin Bram in the 12th position. You're watching now, that is 1st and 2nd, that is Van Dyke in P2 on the back bumper of Landon Brewer, and just behind him, Sam Tutwiler, you can see it on your screen, in that bright green suit and helmet in the 3rd position, is slowly coming up in the field of view, as now, look on the inside here comes Van Dyke for 2nd, and now, just like that, Sam Tutwiler's up in the mix. 3-kart battle for the lead, so now Brewer falls back into P2, Van Dyke leads, Sam Tutwiler into 3rd. Tutwiler is not wasting any time to try to get around Brewer for the 2nd spot. I think he knows that if they battle a little bit too long, Van Dyke could slowly start to pull away. They're still in a train of 1, 2, 3 heading down into turn 2 now, over through the crossover. Still Van Dyke out in front. Landon Brewer, let's see if he defends here, coming into the south side hairpin from Tutwiler to P2. Does he look low? No, all 3 stay in the line. Now here comes Braden Rudder in 4th, slowly making his way up to the field. Now it's a 4, count that 5-kart battle, because Lane Gibbs giving a little bit of a push. Coming up now on 2 laps to go this time by. How they finish here will determine how they start when it comes time for the feature. Van Dyke out in front, Brewer P2, Tutwiler P3, Rudder in 4th, Lane Gibbs in 5th. How are they going to stack up into turn 2? Any lookers on the inside? Looks like no. They all stay in line. Through the crossover sweeper they go. Now into Daytona corner, heading into the south side hairpin. This is one of 2 amazing passing opportunities. Van Dyke goes to the middle to defend. Everyone else follows suit. No one was able to go deep into the inside. Now into the south side hairpin. Let's see it here. This is going to bunch the field up, as it looks like Gibbs and 5th slowly start to fall off the field. He's going to close back up just like that. The 5th spot does it now. Up to the top of the hill. Let's see what Van Dyke does. Out in front, give a little bit of a push there from Brewer. Turn 2 is going to be a good opportunity to look low. Does he try it? He goes to the back bumper. There's the defend from Van Dyke. Brewer follows. Now it's going to allow Tutwiler to get a good run in through the sweeper and now into the south side hairpin. Let's see if there's a look to the inside from Tutwiler. He goes to the middle. Anyone trying to take the whole racing line? Well, it looks like Rudder did. He gets a good run. Now trying to set a crossover move up for Tutwiler in 3rd. Top 2 are still nose to tail into the inside hairpin. There it is. Van Dyke is going to hold on to it, and he is going to see the checkered flag. Count Van Dyke starting on pole position this afternoon for Briggs 206 Jr. So that was your Briggs 206 Junior. Up next is going to be a 206 Junior Sportsman, followed by 206 Senior Heavy and KA Senior. Then after that we get the Micro, followed by the Mini. So if you liked that, we still got more of it yet to come here live on the WRP Racing Network. here it is. Let's see it. This is the pre-final for your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. AJ Stoner set to start in pole position next to Danny O'Gara in P2. Titus Roberts in the third spot. Green flag out now into turn number 1. How are they going to stack up? O'Gara tried to pitch down the inside. Now going to get shuffled back into the fourth position. He's going to get a little help now from Jackson Stone. Running right there in P5. Oh, O'Gara dropped a wheel heading into turn 2. Almost lost 2 more spots. Somehow able to save it. Going to lose a little bit of momentum, but he's got the pack behind to try to push him back towards the front. Out in the lead though, AJ Stoner opened up about a 4, count that 5 car lead. Another one dropping a wheel there off into turn number 2. I think that may have been Jackson Stone. Dropped the outside wheels coming out the south side hairpin. Couldn't quite see with the reflection of the sun up here, but there's your top 2. AJ Stoner goes by in P1, and then you get to O'Gara P2. Then the rest of the field, 3 wide across the line. They're all bunched up, third on back. And actually, I think that was Casey Henderson who dropped a wheel now out there over the south side hairpin, leading that second pack in P3. And then it's a hornet's nest from behind in the likes of Lincoln Wiley, Dylan Thomas, Easton Shores, Jackson Stone, all in that mix. And I'll tell you what, one of them got sideways coming across the line here. I think it may have been Jackson Stone coming across the stripe, somehow able to save it and continue back on. This is good news for your top 2, though, of both Stoner and O'Gara. They're able to pull away from the field. Let's see the gap this next time by. It was 1.4 between O'Gara and Stoner. Now it is 2.5 between O'Gara and Casey Henderson running in that third position. Then behind you get to Lincoln Wiley settled into P4, Titus Robertson to P5, and Jackson Stone at 6th. And there's the rest of the field that we're talking about. That is from Casey Henderson on back. Casey Henderson's on the right-hand side of your screen in the third position, set to start on the inside of row number 2. Then the rest of the field of Wiley, Roberts, and Jackson Stone continue to shuffle back and forth, trying to see if they can't figure out the best combination to link up and try to push each other and catch back up to Casey Henderson in the third spot. No one is going to have time to catch back up to the top 2, though, of both Stoner and O'Gara. Stoner out in front, holding to now about a 10 cart length advantage over O'Gara. O'Gara has about a 14 to 15 cart advantage over Casey Henderson in the third position. Henderson has about 3 cart breathing room between himself and Lincoln Wiley in fourth. Wiley is currently leading the likes of Titus Roberts, Jackson Stone, and Dominic Gaddis in the 7th position. So it's still chaotic from third position on back. The top 2 have easy breathing out in front. It looks like O'Gara was able to maintain the gap, not quite chip away too much. Took off about 1/100th the last time by, so not as much as he needs. However, it's in his best interest right now to save his equipment and the tires and just try to maintain where he is at, because he doesn't have enough time to catch back up to Stoner. However, if he is able to hold on to this spot, he will start outside of row 1 where he started this heat race as well. So he's comfortable and familiar with where he'll be at. And if he's able to find something in the break between here and the feature, then he could get just a little bit more to catch back up to Stoner. That last time by, he lost 2/10 to Stoner, so maybe just be taking it easy, catching his breath, saving his tires and equipment for the feature later on this afternoon, because we all know when the sun goes down and the temperatures cool off and the wind also starts to die down a little bit, it's a completely different track. Night racing is awesome because you basically have to learn 2 different courses and have 2 different setups between the daytime and the nighttime, which makes it all the more interesting. This time by, white flag is out, AJ Stoner out in front. Then O'Gara comes across into P2. Henderson's still holding on to that third spot. Right behind him, still Lincoln Wiley in fourth, and Titus Roberts in the 5th position. Jackson Stone has a look down low to the inside of Lincoln Wiley. Not close enough to, or sorry, that was Titus Roberts that looked to the inside. Wasn't able to get the move done, so he maintains that 6th position behind Roberts in 5th. And here's the pack coming up on the white flag that last time by. Henderson just going to hold on as here comes Wiley. All the while, checkered flag is out. AJ Stoner takes the win, and will start in pole position this afternoon. O'Gara will start outside of row number 1. And here's that pack for third across the line. Henderson's going to hold on and start inside of row number 2. So that will do it for your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next, we have another senior class in 206. It is 206 Senior Heavy, set to take the green here this afternoon once these sportsmen come in and get set. After 206 Senior Heavy, we're getting to KA Senior, followed by Micros, then Minis, followed by Collegiate GP, and 206 Masters, all set to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. out to take the green now is your 206 senior heavy. They are not the biggest field, but it is going to be one of the most exciting to watch. 6 karts in total. Green flag down into turn 1. Adam Dietz from the outside line takes the lead over Brent Hanville, who started on pole position. Now Matt Geist slots into that actual now 5th position, as I believe that's Eric Spilling, was able to get around up into 4th as your top 5 nose to tail coming out of Daytona corner into the south side hairpin. Dietz is going to lead the way now over Hanville, and Spilling running in 2nd and 3rd. Into the inner hairpin for the first time. Again, these are 8 laps in total. It's going to be 7 to go this next time by. Dietz now holds on to about a 3 car length advantage over Hanville. Hanville takes a peek back. You see Eric Spilling pushing onto the back bumper, heading down into turn 1. Here comes Matt Geist. Good run out of 1. Has a look onto the inside of Spilling. Thought better of it. Goes to the back bumper. Gives him a push through the sweeper at turn 2 and the crossover into Daytona. The gap from the leader to Hanville in piece 2 is slowly starting to close as Adam Dietz, he is opening up a huge air bubble for Hanville in that 2nd spot to close up to him, or the draft as some people refer to it, or a slipstream if you watch Draft to Survive. Up the hill they come now across the start-finish straight. 6 laps to go this time by. Out in front, Adam Dietz leading the way over Hanville in P2. Spilling gets a little loose there coming out of turn 1. Geist sees his opportunity. He takes it now. Count Matt Geist up into P3, and maybe with Spilling pushing on his back bumper, they might be able to catch up to the 2 leaders. However, with 5 laps to go next time by, and about 5 to 10 kart lengths down to the leaders, he's got his work cut out for him. And he's going to have to hope that Spilling decides that he does want to work with him to push back up to the front. Looking down the rest of the order, guys like we said up into P3, Spilling into P4, McCorkadale running in P5 with Justin Laudick in the 6th position across the stripe, heading down into turn number 1. Now your 2 leaders. Hanville is caught up to the back bumper of Adam Dietz, gives a little bit of a push, heading over into turn 2. Let's see if he continues to try to push him, or if he wants to capitalize off the extra momentum and take the lead here to the south side. Looks like no. He stays in the back bumper behind Dietz, giving him the push up the hill. Then you have Geist in the orange helmet in 3rd spot, leading that 2-pack now, and it looks like also McCorkadale was able to get around Spilling. So Spilling goes back into P5. McCorkadale now into 4th, this time across the stripe, with 4 laps to go. 3 to go this next time by, heading down into turn number 1. Dietz still getting a little bit of a push there from Hanville, heading up into turn 2. Hanville does not decide to pass, going over into turn 2 or the crossover, stays in the back bumper. Just behind, the gap between Matt Geist and Hanville currently sitting at less than a second, about 0.765, as Hanville gives a little bit of more of a push to Dietz into the south side, just giving him a little bit of heads up, saying, hey, I'm here. Let's work together, as he had also a peek back to saw that Matt Geist closing up the gap, takes a huge chunk out of that deficit. Coming into the inner hairpin is now Hanville moves his way up to the front. So the battle and the swap for position has now allowed Matt Geist to make himself a figure into the top 3. As now here comes Dietz, has a peek on the inside. Couldn't quite get to halfway up on the cart. Gets a little bit of a push in there from Geist. Geist now, it almost looks like he's trying to encourage him to get around Hanville. Let's see if he takes it into the south side hairpin. Dietz on the inside, does take it from Hanville. Matt Geist, does he follow? He attempts it. He's door to door up the hill. He's going to have to yield. So Dietz back up onto point. Hanville into P2. Geist in the 3rd spot. Here comes McCorkadale. 4-car battle for the lead. Coming across the stripe now to see the popsicle 6 of 2 laps to go this time by. So 2 laps to go. Dietz out in front, Hanville in 2nd, Geist in 3rd, McCorkadale in 4th. McCorkadale has not quite caught up to the back bumper of Geist to give him any assistance. He's probably going to be there into the south side hairpin. Let's see it out of Daytona. Any takers on the inside? No one takes the offer. They all stay in the normal racing line. Hanville gets a little loose there. McCorkadale got in the back bumper of Geist. Geist got in the back bumper of Hanville. Hanville got a little loose. And let's see, does Geist take on the inside? He does. Geist now up in the 2nd spot. And now Hanville is back into 3rd. McCorkadale trailing off by about a half a car length this time by. White flag in the air. Adam Dietz is holding on to about a 3-car length breathing space between himself and now Matt Geist up in 2nd. That just might be enough. However, Geist is going to have all sorts of momentum. He's got the toe off of Dietz. He's also getting a little bit of a push from Hanville into the south side hairpin. Closes up the gap down to about a half a car length. If he full sends it into the inside hairpin, he might be able to take the position. He's close enough now, half a car length. Doesn't take it. Dietz goes on a little bit of a defensive. Up the hill, possible side-by-side, but it is going to be Adam Dietz taking the win here this afternoon for 206 Senior Heavy, and he is going to put it on pole position for the feature this afternoon. So that will do it for your 206 Senior Heavy. Up next, and who needs to be on grid, is your KA seniors. They're set to go out. Once they do, micros will be up on grid, minis will be up on pre-grid, Collegiate GP will be up on deck. After Collegiate, we'll go into 206 Masters, set to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Up next is your KA100 senior, set to take their pre-final here shortly. Charlie Steins and AJ Ludd on the front row. Charlie Steins on pole, AJ Ludd outside of row number 1. Adam Maxwell inside of row 2. Daniel Piercy on the outside. Green flag, actually no green flag. Yellow, we're going to send them one more time around. We can give you a full rundown of your starting order here this afternoon for your KA100 seniors and masters set to take the green. Charlie Steins, as I said, on pole position inside of row 1. AJ Ludd outside of row 1 on the Top Kart USA entry. Adam Maxwell is going to be on the inside of row number 2 on that Sody Kart AMAX entry. Daniel Piercy is going to start outside of row number 2. Then you get to Carson Sodders set to start in P5, Gentry Salmon in P6, Blake Finley in the 7th spot, Braden Heber in 8th, Bane Bennett the 2nd in 9th, Maxine Kosvitz set to start in 10th, Brenna Owens in 11th, and then you get to the three masters of Austin Fairfield, Joshua Nelson, and Brennan McIntosh. Green flag this time, yes it is, down into turn 1, and it looks like AJ Ludd gets a good jump there from the outside road, and a little bit of a help there from Daniel Piercy as well. He makes his way up now into pole. Piercy is trying the outside line onto Charlie Steins over into turn 2 in the crossover. Wasn't able to hold on to the position, but he did slow him down enough to allow AJ Ludd to get about a 3-car length break between himself and the rest of the field. So now it is going to be Charlie Steins in 2nd. Daniel Piercy is actually now up into 3rd. Adam Maxwell running in the 4th spot before you get a little bit farther back here to Carson Soder in the 5th position. Now into turn 1. Again, these are going to go by very quickly. K100 seniors, the fastest class we have race here at Whiteland Raceway Park in the 100cc KAIME engines that are on these chassis as AJ Ludd continues to run out in front, about a 4-car length advantage now between himself and Charlie Steins. Just behind, you saw a pass on the inside. Adam Maxwell took the spot heading down into the south side hairpin. Piercy thought about having a pass back on the inside hairpin. Now that is going to allow Stoddard to try to have a look there on the exit of the hairpin on the back of Piercy. He wasn't able to get it done, but he is now under attack from Brandon Heber and the privateer Tony Kart entry running in the 6th spot. You are watching now AJ Ludd on that privateer top car running out in front. Then you get Charlie Steins on the OTK entry running in P2, another privateer. Then Adam Maxwell running on that Sody Kart AMAX Racing in the 3rd position. That is your top 3 rundown. Currently, the gap between AJ Ludd and Charlie Steins is about 0.42. So he's got a little bit of breathing room, but if he makes one mistake in this K100 class, it is more than likely that Steins will be right there to try to capitalize off of the mistakes that are made. Adam Maxwell trailing about 4 car lengths behind him, about half a second back from the leader of AJ Ludd, and half a second back from Charlie Steins, about a full second back from AJ Ludd. So relatively, they are bunched together when think about how much power and RPM that these KAs can put out. There's your top three. And now here comes Charlie Steins. He's right now behind AJ Ludd, coming up on 4 laps to go down into turn 1. Takes a little bit of a lower line there into turn 1 that AJ Ludd did. He's able to close up. He's using whatever toe he can get off of that front cart now. Through Daytona, does he have him set up for passing to Daytona? He has a look to the inside. Is he able to get it done? He does not. He had the attempts, but he doesn't quite have the position. That's going to allow him to set it up now. Into the inside hairpin? No, he does not take the gap. AJ opened up the door for it, but Charlie Steins is playing the long game now. Across the line, 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go next time by. Down into turn 1. Steins gets a little loose, a little bit of a bump there into turn 1. He loses a little bit of momentum, but he's going to make that back up in the draft. Sweeps out a little bit over into turn 2, now into the crossover. Not quite close enough to make a dive bomb move onto AJ Ludd. He's got to be careful with this peeking out the inside and the popping back in the line has allowed Adam Maxwell to close up now. It's not quite a threat to him, but he will be there come this next time by. Now, Steins, close on the back bumper, Ludd across the stripe. Maxwell about 2 car lengths down, under second place from Steins. Through turn 1, heading now. Here comes Steins, has a look on the inside. Does he have the position? He does. AJ Ludd reluctant to yield, but eventually does. Now they go through the crossover. Here comes Maxwell. Maxwell now is on the back bumper of Ludd heading into turn 2. Does he take the spot? He attempts for it. Gets his nose on the inside. Wasn't quite able to get the pass complete as they make their way up the hill into the inner hairpin now. Steins continues to lead out in front. He's looking for the white flag this time by. Maxwell is going to try to get around Ludd as quick as he can. However, Ludd is also quick, and he's not making Maxwell's life easy on him whatsoever. Charlie Steins opens up now. 2 car length advantage. Over to turn 2. Through the crossover. Daytona corner they go. So Charlie Steins, I think if he doesn't make a mistake here in the south side hairpin, should be good to set to take the pole position. He is actually a little bit quicker out of there than AJ Ludd and Maxwell. Let's see if Maxwell can get Ludd into the inner hairpin. He does not. He's going to hold on to it. Checker flag is going to be out. Charlie Steins will start in pole position. AJ Ludd will start outside of row 1, and Adam Maxwell will start inside of row number 2 for your KA100 seniors. Future event coming to you later on this afternoon. So that will do it for your K100 Senior and Master. Pre-final up next, we have Micro and Mini is actually going to be combined. So they will both go on track together, your Micros and your Minis. So that means when they go out, Collegiate GP will be up on grid. 206 Masters will be up on pre-grid. KA100 Junior will be up on deck. After K100 Junior, we'll get into 206 Senior Light, all coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Here we go, a 2-for-1 special for your micros and your minis. Minis out in front. Oh, it looks like there's one off on the exit of turn number 1. It looks like they may have dropped a wheel or something as they have spun out and come to a stop. And unfortunately, I think their pre-final is going to be complete. Good news is, though, they still have the feature trying to make up some more positions. Green flag now out for your micros into turn 1. They see the yellow flag in the air and hopefully get that kart cleared out quickly. We can get back to racing here for this quick 8-lap pre-final event set to come to you live here on the WRP Racing Network again. However they finish this afternoon will determine their starting spot for the future when we get set to go green under the lights later on this afternoon. For your minis, it's Titus Roberts out in front over AJ Stoner in P2. Bentley McCain in P3 for your minis. For your micros, Danny O'Gara way out in front over Lincoln Wiley, currently in the second position. Danny O'Gara out in front. Right behind him, you get back to Bo running in the 4th position. Again, it's hard to keep track as a commentator. We're trying to keep track mentally of 2 races in your head going on at the same time. Currently now, you're watching the battle for what was the lead there for your minis. Now you're going to switch back over to the battle for the lead for the minis out front. That's Titus Roberts and AJ Stoner. AJ Stoner in the second position there between himself and Titus Roberts leading the way. They're now making the way up the hill. There's Danny O'Gara on your screen now leading the way for your micros, opening up a significant lead as of right now. 2.2 seconds between himself and the second placement now of Will Fletcher in the second spot. Then you're going to switch over now to the lead for your minis, AJ Stoner and Titus Roberts. Good shot of the trees here this afternoon at Whiteland Raceway Park. Let's see if we can pick back up for some racing going on track, as there's now a couple of carts going by on your screen. There's Danny O'Gara, like we said, leading for the micros out in front. This time by, O'Gara's looking at 4 laps to go, then leading overall in the minis as well as minis and micros, as AJ Stoner was able to get around Titus Roberts for the lead here this afternoon. They're continuing their way. I think they're now going out of turn number 1, heading down the backstretch into turn 2. There's the battle for second on back for your micros. That's Lincoln Wiley running in kart 44 right behind Will Fletchering in kart 10. I think that is also on an MPG entry, so that's your battle for second on back. There goes the inside of Lincoln Wiley, able to make up one more position. There's Danny O'Gara, the leader for the micros. 3 minutes, like I said before, AJ Stoner out in front, able to get around Titus Roberts. Currently has a 1.089 second lead over Roberts in P2. He just made his way across the stripe and trying to make his way through line traffic now is Bentley McCain, followed by Titus Roberts, or being led by Titus Roberts, I should say. Looking at 2 laps to go this time by overall for your micros and your minis. Minis currently took the green before the micros did. That's being led by AJ Stoner. Your micros being led by that young man right there on the Kart Republic MPG entry of Danny O'Gara over into turn number 2. Double sixer in the air now for your leader of AJ Stoner on the exit of turn number 1 on that AMAX entry on the Tony Kart chassis OTK over into turn number 2. Then there's the rest of the field. Good shot of the barriers here at WRP. There's a good shot of right behind those two was the leader. That's AJ Stoner, and the third kart running just behind kart number 14, Tony Kart of AJ Stoner, who's about to make his way to get the checkered flag. He is closing in on, they're not lappers, they're just in a different race of themselves. It looks like they have one pulled off to the side there. There's your leader for your micros to show you the difference in time. So as AJ Stoner was going into turn 1, O'Gara was entering turn number, or I guess that's 3 of Daytona Corner. So they're all spread out all over the place. Hard for us to keep track of. Thankfully, we got the best timing and scoring members that we have to make sure that all this is up to date. If you want to keep track of the live timing, you can do that on the website of WRP Results. You can find live timing as well as results again on WRP.com. If you look that up on Google, we'll have you guys set the right way. There's the checkered flag for AJ Stoner, who's going to set on pole position this afternoon for your minis and micros overall. And I've just been told that it's also that young man's birthday today. So when you see AJ Stoner on grid, do us all a huge favor and wish him a happy birthday as he is choosing to spend it at one of the best places, a racetrack night race here in the Midwest, as we still have more racing set to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. go. We're about to go green for the pre-final for the Collegiate GP, set to take the green flag this afternoon at WRP. Green flag is out down into turn number 1, and it looks like it is going to be car number 4, Sam Griffin, out in front as they're going to go door to door down into turn number 2. Let's see it. It is going to be Griffin out in front. Carter Bowles up into P2 and now through the Daytona corner. Let's see what's going to happen now to Tyler Hagan, who started up front on pole position, now slots back into P number 3. So there's your top 3 starting to pull away from the field. Then he get back to 4th. Not mistaken, that should be Jacob Clammy in the 4th position, but I could be wrong. We can see the numbers make their way through. It actually is the number 2 of Sam Clammy in the 2nd spot, or sorry, 3rd spot, 4th spot across the line. Then Caden Taylor in 5th just behind him, making their way now into turn number 2. And it looks like Sam Griffin slowly starting to pull away from Carter Bowles, opening up a significant lead now, about 4 or 5 kart lengths to Carter Bowles into P number 2. Bowles being trailed close by Tyler Hagan and car number 42 in the 3rd spot. Then you get a decent break before you get back into Jacob Clam in the 4th position. Caden Taylor into P5. JJ Wheelie in the 6th position. Then you get to Wyatt Carter running in 7th, now across the line. Let's see the gap. Sam Griffin out in front, about 1.1 seconds between himself and Carter Bowles into P2. Carter Bowles about to lose a spot now to, I believe that's Tyler Hagan. He actually is going to hold the outside line through turn number 2. He's going to maintain 2nd, as it looks like yellow flag was out for a moment there, but I think everyone's now back underway. So it's still Sam Griffin out in front, Bowles P2, although Bowles is under attack there from Hagan in the 3rd spot. Hagan takes on the inside. Bowles thought about defending. He's going to now slot into P3, follows him up the hill, now across the stripe. Look for 5 laps to go this time by. There's your leader, Sam Griffin out in front, car number 4. I believe that is an IUPUI entry, but I could be wrong. He is now leading the way over to the crossover. Caden Taylor has come with the pits, car to 64 Energy. So unfortunate for him, he's got to start in the back of the field for the feature this afternoon. Still green everywhere through it. I think everyone except for Taylor is still running as, oh no, we got the yellows out We got one stopped on the exit of the hairpin. Can't quite see a number on that, so hopefully we can pick that up for you guys a little bit later on. Leading now underway. Sam Griffin continues to open up the lead. He had a 1.1, now it's a 3.8. He's got over second place with Tyler Hagan. Carter Bull is running in P3. Just behind him, J.J. Wheely in P4. Wyatt Carter in the 5th spot. And it looks like car number 2, oh, that's Jacob Clanny. He has come to a stop on the exit of the hairpin corner, and I'm not quite sure if they may have wrapped a chain around the axle or what happened, but he is currently not able to move in that car, so we have to get him out of the way, and unfortunately for him, he's going to also have to go to the back of the pre-final. Switching back over, there's Sam Griffin out in front, getting around lap traffic. He is going to pick him off one at a time, losing a little bit of time to Tyler Hagan, now down to 2.6 between Sam Griffin and Tyler Hagan. As of now, they're set to start 1 and 2 for the feature this afternoon. Carter Bull still in P number 3. Just behind him, we get to J.J. Wheely in the 4th position, car number 27. That's not confusing, T27's on track. Wyatt Carter is in the 5th position, car number 17 on that Honors College Racing Crew entry. 2 laps to go, this time by for the IUPY entry of Sam Griffin out in front. Carter Bull's in the 3rd position. Looks like he's trying to also struggle to get around lap traffic. Now down the back stretch into turn 2. Tyler Hagan was able to get around the lapper. Now there goes Carter Bulls up into that spot as well. This next time by, it's going to be the white flag for Sam Griffin out in front, cart number 4, as I believe he is now going in the hairpin. Cart number 81 gets a little loose and sideways. That was Ryan Max in the 9th position, got sideways, able to continue on. Across the track now, Sam Griffin taking the white flag here for the pre-final. If he's able to bring it on home, he'll start on pole position for the feature this afternoon. Hagan still in that 2nd spot. He's got a little bit of breathing space, about 2.4 seconds for himself, and Carter Bulls running in the 3rd position. So let's watch him bring it on home. Sam Griffin trying to get a pole position this afternoon for the feature, as there's more trouble there a little bit further back. Lappers making their way through across the stripe now. Sam Griffin comes across the line, taking the checker flag. He will start on pole position this afternoon. Hagan comes across the 2nd spot, car number 42, and Carter Bulls brings on home in the 3rd position. He'll start inside of row number 2. So that will do it for the Collegiate GP. Up next, we still got more racing coming to you guys. We're going to go back over to 206. The 206 Masters set to take their pre-final this afternoon. After that, we're going to get the KA Junior, 206 Senior Light, 206 Master Heavy, Super Masters, and then we'll start our features this afternoon. back here to WRPs. We're going to go with the Briggs 206 Masters for their pre-final this afternoon. It is currently Matt Geist out in front over Adam Dietz and P number 2 before we get to a little bit of a break. Before we get to Derek Hastings, who started P number 4, now up into the 3rd spot. Heading down into turn 1 is your leaders with the sun blinding the cameraman into turn number 2. Matt Geist out in front. Adam Dietz, P2, nose to tail, starting to push themselves away from the field. A little bit of an order rundown. Like we said, Geist, Dietz, 1-2, Hastings, P3, Godzi, P4, Lampin in P5, Kevin Smolnick in P6, Colby King in the 7th position. Travis Wilbur is currently running in P8. We're going to sit and watch these two go nose to tail of Geist and Dietz. Dietz into P2. He had the pole position for your 206 heavies. Now he's trying to see if he can't go 2 for 2 and get the pole for 206 Masters coming later on this afternoon for the future. A little bit of a rundown of what's to come next. K.A. Jr. set to take green here after 206 Masters has concluded. Then he gets 206 Senior Light up on pre-grid. 206 Masters Heavy up on deck. After 206 Masters Heavy gets a 206 Super Masters set to come to you live here on the WRP Racing Network. The time now on your screen is currently 6:41. We're anticipating somewhere around 7:15 is when the sun will be down, the lights will be on. It is going to get very, very chilly here this afternoon, which means everyone's going to have to do a new setup on the kart and try to learn a whole new track altogether. The heat will stay in for what's been ran from today, but is gradually going to get colder and colder, and is going to allow for an absolute barn burner set to come to you later on this afternoon. So we're going to continue to watch these next 5 laps for your 206 Masters. I'm definitely not going to have a slice of pizza right now, and we're going to come back to you when we got more racing yet to come and any updates that are going to happen later on this 206 Masters event. Welcome back. We told you to have more updates, and here it is. They were going side by side the entire previous lap. Adam Dietz and Matt Geist coming up on 2 laps to go. Let's see it across the line here. Geist has about a half a car length lead over Dietz coming out of turn 1. I think Dietz is just a little bit slower through the corners, but he's got that top end speed, especially when he's tucked into the toe of his good friend Matt Geist out in front, over through turn 2 into the crossover. Now Daytona corner. Let's see it. Does Dietz, he's sitting up on the inside of South Side? He does not. He stays right behind Matt Geist. Now up into the inner hairpin they come. Does he have a peek now on the inside this time by? He thought about it, but he's going to stand a toe. But guess what? He is now on the back bumper of Geist heading across the stripe. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go down into turn number 1. Geist still holding on to about a half car length. It is now starting to dwindle as Dietz is all over his deck lid coming now into turn 2 and now through the crossover into the banking corner. Dietz goes a little bit high, brings it down low. He's going to try to sit up on the inside later on the brakes, door to door. Adam Dietz is going to have the point for a moment. Matt Geist puts his elbows out. They're side by side up the hill. They're still side by side. Who's going to take on the inside line? And it's going to be Geist holding on just for the moment. Can Dietz cross over him up the hill? He has a peek to the inside. Not going to be enough. Matt Geist will start a pole position this afternoon for 206 Masters. Derek Hastings comes across in P number 3. Bill Magazzi in 4th. And running your top 5 is going to be Brandon Lamphin. That is going to do it for your 206 Masters. We still got more racing yet to come. Up next is your K100 Juniors. Following K100 Juniors is going to be your 206 Senior Light, 206 Master Heavy, and your Super Masters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network.
flag is out, down to turn number 1. It is going to be Ryan Moore getting a little sideways and taking a couple more with him. Unfortunate events for Ryan Moore, getting shuffled all the way in the back of the field. Some others were taken out as well. I think that may have been Chase Harlow at the Top Kart USA entry, also finding himself a little bit farther back than he would like to be. So that is going to shake it up in the top parts of the field. I believe that may be Jackson Daly out in front now. I could be wrong. We'll see when they make their way around this time by. Scoring is now going to update across the line. Let's see it. It is Jackson Daly out in front. Van Dyke now up into P2. Third spot of Braden Rudder. Chase Harlow actually did not turn around. He is in fourth. Maddox Hooper in P5. Ryan Moore in sixth. Charlie Myers got involved. Mason Gallion got involved. Landon Brewer all involved in that turn 1 instant. We actually do have one coming into the pits now. That is the 829. Sorry, that is the 820 of Landon Brewer coming into the pits, and unfortunately, he is very disappointed. The only silver lining is that he will have the feature this afternoon to try to make his way up towards the field, but heartbreaking to see after what was promising to be a very intense front pack race. We still got it one, though. Jackson Daly currently running out in front. Sorry, Jackson D. Hall running out in front. Dane Van Dyke into P2. Braden Rudder in the third position. Chase Harlow running in fourth, and Maddox Hooper in P number 5. This time by, looking at 5 laps to go across the line. Chase Harlow is still running in the third position. Then he gets Maddox Hooper, like I said, in P4. Braden Rudder into P5. There you're watching now. That is Van Dyke and Chase Harlow in the Top Kart USA entry running second and third. There's a good shot of the field. There's Jackson making his way into turn 1 as he is set to possibly take the pull here this afternoon. Kart 113 getting turned around. Sorry, that was kart 19 getting turned around. That was Maddox Hooper. Spun it coming down towards the start-finish string. He's going to fall back down the order into the 7th spot. So we are now looking at 3 laps to go this next time by for Jackson Daly running in P number 1. And then you get to Van Dyke and Chase Harlow, the battle for second. There it is now on your screen. Chase Harlow in that Top Kart USA entry. Van Dyke in the privateer entry, the Cosmic OTK into P number 2. Then you get to Braden Rudder in a privateer Top Kart USA entry. Ryan Moore running on the Kart Republic MPG in P number 5. This time by, looking at 2 laps to go this time by for Jackson on the Kart Republic MPG entry out in front. You're about to see double sticks up in the air. He could be set to take his first pole position here at Whiteland Raceway Park on the throwback race under the lights on the classic layout. But right now, let's see it. Here comes Van Dyke. He closed up that last lap, now down by about a half a car length, and he's got a head of steam heading over into turn number 2. What's he going to do with it? He closes up the gap. Now over into the crossover, heading down to Daytona Corner. Does he take it here into the south side hairpin? He doesn't take it this time, but he definitely closed up that gap. Chase Harlow slowly seeing his opportunity. He's bringing with him Braden Rudder. They're watching the top 2, and they know if they can get 1 or 2 passes out of the leaders, they'll be right there at the stripe. White flag in the air. Can Van Dyke do it? He closed up the last 2 laps, continuing to close up. Gets a little loose. His hands got a little wobbly out of turn 1. Let's see it into turn 2. Now into the crossover through Daytona Corner. This is one of the few times you can actually get a toe. Takes a wider line down to the inside of the defend. Goes Jackson, defends the inside line. Trying for a crossover move. Van Dyke gets a little loose, but he could possibly set him up as there. Braden Rudder went up into the 3rd spot. Now let's see it. Van Dyke, he's going to try to force Jackson on the inside line. Up the hill they come, side by side to the line, and I believe it is not going to be enough. Jackson is going to take the checkered flag and the win for the pre-final. He will start on pole position this afternoon. Van Dyke will start outside of run number 1 with Braden Rudder and the inside of run number 2. Chase Harlow on the outside of run number 2. That'll do it for your K100 Juniors. We still got more racing yet to come with your 206 Senior Light coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network.
Checkered flag is out for 206 Senior Light. And out in front, it is a familiar face, Riley Baldwin on the WPK chassis privateer entry. Out in front, AJ Ludd into the second spot. Just behind him, we've seen him earlier today, Brayton Johnson trying to see if he can't go 2 for 2 for pole positions. Now sends it up on the inside of AJ Ludd. He now goes up in the second position. And here comes, if I'm not mistaken, that may be Eli Fox up the field, up now, trying to go for the third position. He is settling into P4. Tyler Kearns just behind him in P number 5. So he's got a little bit of a teammate behind him, Fox does, but he is going to take it side by side over into turn 2, now through the crossover, heading into the Daytona corner. Down the backstretch they go. They're still trying to see if they can't get single file. Actually, Tyler Kearns taking the pressure to Eli Fox's teammate. That's a risky move, trying to put the pressure on your own teammate here instead of working with him to get to the front. Gavin Baird running in the 6th position is also going to caboose that front 6-car pack. So Baldwin leads the way down into turn 1. Then you get to Brayton Johnson on the AMAX entry in the 2nd spot. Third spot of the privateer top car entry of AJ Ludd in 3rd. That is your top 3, but right now it's almost a top 2 breakaway. Johnson's quick along with Baldwin, but he's not quick enough to try to break him away from the rest of the field. AJ Ludd in 3rd, though, is about to fall into the grips of Eli Fox, who is slowly closing up to his back bumper, who is running in the 4th position. It looks like his teammate Tyler Kearns settling down just a little bit, maybe trying to work with them to catch back up to that front group. Looking at 5 laps to go this time by. Baldwin continues to hold on to a decent lead, but this might not be good news for Brayton Johnson in the 2nd spot. AJ Ludd has caught up to his back bumper. Let's see if he tries to push him up to Baldwin, or does he pass him into the south side hairpin? Doesn't pass, because a little bit of a push. Fox sees his opportunity. He goes to the back bumper. Let's see if he tries to set it up for the 3rd position. Right now, this is a battle for who's going to start on the inside of row number 2. As of now, it's AJ Ludd. Fox could easily take that one if he gets a little bit of help from his teammate of Tyler Kearns in the 4th spot. Actually, I say that. Here comes Ludd straight to the back bumper of Johnson, pushing him a little bit closer to Riley Baldwin out in front. Baldwin loses his lead. It is now down to about a quarter to a half cart length into the south side hairpin. Any takers on the inside line? No one takes the deal, and they all stay in point. Coming up the hill now, into the inside hairpin they go. Baldwin, Johnson, Ludd, Fox, Kearns, your top 5. 6th, rounding out the field of Gavin Baird. And Ludd's actually, Gavin Baird's fallen off just a little bit. It's a top 5 pack now of Kearns caboosing that field out, being the caboose and that field out in front. Top 3 have a little bit of a breakaway before you get to Fox and Kearns heading into the Daytona corner. We're closing up on 2 laps to go as there's a peek to the inside from Johnson, takes a spot. Baldwin slots right back in beautifully into 2nd. AJ Ludd saw his opportunity trying to make a move. That pass to the lead has now bunched up the top 5. They're all nose to tail into the inner hairpin. Up the hill they come now. This time by, double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go this time by for your leaders out in front heading into turn number 1. And now that is Johnson leading the pack with Baldwin right behind him. And then AJ Ludd giving a huge push to Baldwin in the 2nd spot. Again, Baldwin, that bright green helmet and suit running the 2nd spot. And then AJ Ludd, white helmet, Top Kart USA suit running in 3rd. And then out in front as Brandon Johnson, but a little bit of a drop there from Riley Baldwin in the 2nd spot. That's going to now allow AJ to open up the door. He gets up into P2. Fox tried to capitalize off of that and move up into 3rd. Not going to work out for him. White flag in the air, and we are coming up on 1 lap to go. Brayden Johnson now has 4 kart lengths to his advantage. If Baldwin tries to get around AJ Ludd, you can easily see that lead continue to grow, but now it's actually going to close up. Johnson on the defensive, Ludd hard on the brakes, slides it, locks it up. He's going to lose position of Baldwin. Let's see if he can defend it. He goes up the hill. He's going to have to now pitch off the inside line. He does so. Let's see if Baldwin can cross him over. And now they're going to go side by side up the hill. Possible photo finish. Ludd not quite close enough. Checkered flag is out. Brandon Johnson will start on pole position this afternoon for 206 Senior Light. Up next, we have your 206 Master Heavy, followed by 206 Super Masters before you're going with your final coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. checkered flag is out for your 206 Masters Heavy here at WRP. Derek Hastings taking the win with Josh Paccioni going to start outside of row number 1 for the feature this afternoon. Melvin Gazzi finishing in P3, Ty Kernsey finishing in P4, Troy Toney in P5, Josh Lockhart rounds out the field in 6. So that will do it for your 206 Masters Heavy. Up next, we got your 206 Supermasters, followed by, actually that's going to do it. After your 206 Supermasters, that is going to conclude the pre-finals. We'll take another break after that one before we come back for the features under the lights here at Whiteland Raceway Park. We hope you all brought a sweatshirt and some jeans or pants because it's going to get even chillier as the sun continues to go down. And as the sun's starting to set in the background, a beautiful afternoon here at WRP, and we have some more intense racing coming your way. Green flag is out for your 206 Supermasters underway here at WRP. They are side by side out front, Danny Cutshaw and Tom Stevens, and it's now going to be Danny Cutshaw out in front. So again, a quick update. We have your 206 Supermasters. You guys should be on grid, ready to go. You're the next class to go out. After that, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go straight into our Kid Kart feature events this afternoon. So again, after, we got a pile up here going into Daytona Corner. It looks like 3 or 4 karts involved. So hopefully get them cleared and back underway. But as I was saying before, after 206 Supermasters, we're going to go into our Kid Karts. After a little bit of a break, we'll go into our features with Kid Karts, and the running rotation order goes as follows. Kid Karts, Kid Kart Novice, 2 and 4 Cycle Novice, 206 Senior Light, 206 Junior, 206 Junior Sportsman, 206 Senior Heavy, KA Senior. Micros and Minis will be combined and ran together, so that is something important to keep in mind. Micros and Minis combined and ran together. Collegiate GP, 206 Masters, KA Junior, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy, and Super Masters. If you want your own rotation, you can find one inside the lobby, and it's also available digitally on Instagram and Facebook. We're trying to see if we can't get you guys out here at a reasonable hour this afternoon, so do us a huge favor. Once your group is set to go up on grid and pre-grid, please make your way up for the features. So we're going to continue to watch here for your 206 Supermasters. Up next, 206 Supermasters. A little bit of a break, and they'll get things kicked off with Kid Karts this afternoon. Coming down the line to receive the checkered flag, Danny Cupshaw will take the win here this afternoon for the pre-final for Briggs 206 Supermasters. Uncle Pat comes across in P2 with Wesley Bollock in P3. Richard Lemasters comes across in P4. Joe Stevens in P5. That'll do it for your 206 Supermasters pre-final. Up next, we have your Supermasters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And then after that, we'll take a quick break and come back for your kid karts to start the features this afternoon. We are actually taking a 15-minute break now. I was mistaken. This is 206 Supermasters. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 7:30 to get things kicked off with your kid karts. So at 7:30, we're going to come back for kid karts, followed by kid kart novice and then 2 and 4 cycle novice. So 7:30, if you're in kid karts and kid kart novice, please make sure that you are up on grid, ready to go to get things kicked off here this afternoon. All right, we're about to get going here with our pre-race ceremony. So we're going with our racing. So everyone, please, we're going to do our prayer followed by the national anthem.
Father God, we thank you for this beautiful October evening. We thank you for the opportunity to be here with our friends and family racing at Whiteland Raceway Park tonight. We ask that you look over everyone on and off the track in tonight's events. May you help keep them safe here and away and remind them to have fun, help them to do their very best, and most importantly, remember why we are all here. We are grateful for the blessings you have bestowed upon us, and we thank you for our veterans from 40 and 8 who are with us here tonight as well. God bless them for their service. We pray all this in your Son's holy name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Everyone, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. All right, we're about to get things kicked off here shortly for our feature events. First up, it needs to be on grid. Kid karts to grid. Kid kart novice to pre-grid. 2 and 4 cycle novice, you are up on deck. checkered flag is out for Diesel Maxwell, taking the win here this afternoon for kid karts. Grace Guys comes across in P2. Audrey Luttrell comes across to round out the top 3. Tate Hall finishing in 4th, and Kyler Hendrickson rounding out your top 5. That'll do it for your kid karts. Up next, we got kid kart novice set to go out. That is going to push 2 and 4 cycle novice up to grid, 2 and 4 cycle novice up to grid. 206 senior light up on pre-grid. 206 junior is up on deck.
Oh, up there, okay, yeah. I've been put over here. It's been slow.
White flag is out for Parker Moore. He's going to have one more time around to get the checkered flag here this afternoon. There he is on your screen, kart number 66, making their way into the south side hairpin, going around the top side to get around lap traffic. Parker Moore just has a few more corners to go. He's making his way through the hairpin, about to make the climb up the hill to receive the checkered flag, this time by, give it up, Parker Moore is going to take the win here this afternoon at the first night race back here at WRP on the new layout. Classic throwback night. So that will do it for Kid Kart Novice. Up next, you have 2 and 4 Cycle Novice. 2 and 4 Cycle Novice is up next. When they go out, 206 Senior Light is up on grid. 206 Senior Light to grid. 206 Junior will be up on pre-grid. 206 Junior Sportsman will be up on deck. After that, we'll get into 206 Senior Heavies.
Tiny? You're gonna hot cross bucket? Well, it was, but it's not yellow.
Green flag is out for 4 cycle novice Trey Rettenhouse and Christopher Hinzen. I'm sure I'm saying that right, Christopher Hinzen. If you have the correction of that, please do inform me so I get that one right. They're making their way through 10 laps in total for 4 cycle novice here this afternoon at Whiteland Raceway Park. Up next, after 2 and 4 cycle novice, we're going to get into 206 senior light. So 206 senior light needs to be up on grid. 206 junior needs to be up on pre-grid. 206 junior sportsman will be up on deck. After that, we're going to do 206 senior heavy. But right now, you're watching 2 and 4 cycle novice making their way through for their 10-lap feature event here at Whiteland Raceway Park. One of the first races we have back under the lights after the new updates are made to all the facility. New track, new lights, and a whole lot of action to come to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Checkered flag is out for Trey Rettenhouse, taking the win here this afternoon for 4-cycle novice. Top Kart USA Kart 29 entry, Trey Rettenhouse taking the win here this afternoon. Coming across in P number 2, Christopher Heinzen comes across in the 555, making it 1-2 here this afternoon for 2 and 4 cycle novice. Up next, about to go on track, is your 206 Senior Light. 206 Senior Light about to make their way onto track. When they do, 206 Junior. 206 Junior will be up on grid. 206 Junior Sportsman up on pre-grid. 206 Senior Heavy will be up on deck, followed by KA Senior. We are set to go. 20 laps for Briggs, 206 Senior Light. Brandon Johnson on the inside, AJ Ludd to the outside, down into turn 1. It is going to be a no-go. We're going to send him one more time around. That'll give us a little bit of time to run through the lineup here this afternoon for 206 Senior Light. So as we said, Brandon Johnson starts in pole position next to AJ Ludd. Riley Baldwin starts in P number 3 next to Eli Fox in 4th. Tyler Kearns starts in P number 5 next to Gavin Baird in the 6th position. Brennan Heber starts at P7 next to Ethan Williams. Colton Mayfield starts at 9th next to Dominic Stancombe. Michael Greenwood will start in 11th next to Luke Sagner in P12. Michael Whitson will start in 13th next to Logan Frank. So that is going to be the starting lineup for your 206 Senior Light here at WRP. 20 laps is the distance on this old school layout night race here. This is going to be not only a barn burner on the old bull ring, but let's see it as they make their way down the line. Green flag is out this time, and it is Brandon Johnson and Ludd who gets the pole. It is actually now going to be AJ Ludd rolling the outside line. Eli Fox follows up into P2. Down into turn number 2 they go. There's Ludd out in front. You can see him dancing that steering wheel over into turn 2. All these tires are going to be ice cold. Track is going to be cold. Temperature continues to fade away as the night continues on. So it's going to be who is the better wheelman here this afternoon. Ludd out in front. Johnson into P2. Fox actually up into P2. Johnson falls back into 3rd. So that is 1, 2, 3 as they make their way up the hill now. Riley Baldwin is now into P4. in the toe of the top three, falling off just a little bit. Right behind Baldwin is Tyler Kearns in that new Gen Haas entry in the 5th position. Down into turn 2. Ludd continues to lead. Look at his hands. He is going to work. That thing was dancing all over the back end through turn 2. Now into the banking, heading down to the south side hairpin. Who's going to come out on top? And it's still going to be Baldwin. Fox had a look to the inside. Johnson getting a little bit of help now from Riley Baldwin in the privateer WPK entry. AJ Ludd dancing that back end into this inside hairpin. He is struggling for grip up the hill now. Coming down into turn 1. Eli Fox looks to be a little bit more planted going down into turn 1 this time. His hands are dancing, just not as much as AJ Ludd's are. Down the backstretch they go. Over the sweeper of turn 2. And now Eli Fox, he has got his nose on the back bumper of Ludd, trying to set sail. But meanwhile, the two young guns from behind, Brandon Johnson and Riley Baldwin, nose to tail, giving a little bit of a push to each other when needed to keep it up with the top 2. And they are now connected 4 deep, heading down into the inside hairpin. Baldwin continues to lead, and look at his hands. He has got a handful of kart, dancing that thing all the way around the track. He is on the edge of loose. Coming down into turn 1, Eli Fox is the same. His hands not moving as much, but now he looks to the inside. Does he take it? He does. Here comes Johnson. He tries to follow through the crossover side by side, and oh, they make contact. Here comes Baldwin up in the mix. Brandon Johnson not happy with that. Oh, and he gets a little bit of contact there from, I believe that may have been Tyler Kearns. Had a look to the inside, got him up into the back, and now they're going to bunch it back up. Meanwhile, that is going to allow Eli Fox and AJ Ludd to pull away from the field. Coming down now towards the start-finish straight. Eli Fox holds on to a lead 0.8 of a second over AJ Ludd to P2. AJ Ludd holds on to an 0.8 of a lead gap over Brayden Johnson. Almost perfectly equal spacing between the two of them and the rest of the field behind. There's a good shot of third on back. That is Tyler Kearns up into the 3rd spot. Riley Baldwin in 4th. And now Braden Heber had a look there on the inside, running in P number 5. And I believe that maybe Gavin Baird as well, also up into the mix. And sorry, that is actually for 4th on back. Kearns in P4, Riley Baldwin P5, Heber in 6th, Gavin Baird in the 7th spot. Down into turn 1, there's your second placement of AJ Ludd. As now it looks like the leader is getting around some lap traffic of Eli Fox. And I think AJ Ludd may have gotten by just a little bit easier than Eli Fox did, and he actually did. So that's going to bunch him back up. Last time by was about a half a second behind. Now AJ Ludd back into the toe of your leader, Eli Fox, on that Haas Nugent entry, making their way up the hill now into the inside hairpin. Ludd continues to close that gap, and just look at his hands. They are dancing all over track. That kart is on the edge of loose, and he is making it work for him. He's dancing that thing through, and there's a huge pitch into the corner. He takes the wheel, cranks it all the way in, and just feeds it all the way out of turn 1. He is handling that kart for all that it's worth, right behind Eli Fox, who he looks a little bit more planted. His hands aren't moving as much. He's still taking that aggressive turn in, but it just is a little bit smoother with the wheel and exit. So his kart definitely has more grip than AJ Ludd's, but it's going to be a long 14 laps for AJ Ludd if he can continue this pace. This pace is quick. He's got the speed. However, it's how consistent can you keep it. When you're on the borderline of loose an entire time, it is so easy for your laps to fall off, not only from wearing out the tires, but also from physical exertion of having to dance the kart, lean your body into it, trying to throw yourself around to make that thing as planted as possible. He's making it work, but let's see if he can make it work for 13 more laps. He is on the back bumper of Fox. Let's look at the gap between AJ Ludd in 2nd and Tyler Kearns for 3rd. Right now, the gap is 2.5 seconds, separates the top 2 between Tyler Kearns and the rest of the field. Let's take a peek back if we can to see the battle for 3rd on back with Tyler Kearns, kart number 09, the white Nugent Haas kart entry, making their way towards the start-finish straight. Tyler Kearns is continuing to be giving a little bit of a push there from Brayden Johnson, and Riley Baldwin running behind him in P5, Braden Heber in the 6th position. So that rounds out that 4-pack battling out for the last podium spot, although Heber falling off just a little bit. Gavin Baird, he's in the mix. He's not quite in drafting range, but he's right there. If there's a mistake made in that front pack, to bunch on up. Switch it back over. Here's the battle for the top 2. Fox still out front, Ludd in 2nd. Last time by, going into turn 2, Eli Fox was giving a little bit of a push there from Ludd. He put his hand out, almost pointing forward, said, let's continue this up. We got the gap. Let's continue on. Let's not battle each other just yet. Let's save that for the end so we can keep this 2.2-second gap over the rest of the field so when they do start going back and forth, they don't have to worry about bringing the rest of the field back up into it. This next time by, look for cross flags halfway. 10 laps to go this time by. Up the hill, looking at the lap times. Last time by, AJ Ludd did a 32.80. Eli Fox did a 32.90. 32.83, so almost identical lap times across the stripe, which makes sense since they're running nose to tail and giving each other a little bit of a push. But AJ Ludd's, his hands are starting to calm down. I think his tire temps are starting to come up. The pressure's starting to build, so that means that he can now settle the kart down just a little bit because the tires give him the extra grip that he was having to manual insert in the kart through the steering wheel and the pedals. And he's still taking aggressive chomps at the wheel, trying to get that thing to rotate. But if he can make this thing work, kudos to him for battling a loose race car all night long, and there was a good shot of it. Completely crossed over, leading with the back of the car, not the front, so he's kind of guiding it through the corner and then having to wrestle it all the way through. And as you look up front in Eli Fox's hands, so smooth with the wheel. He's able to maintain this gap. As he took a peek back, there was AJ Ludd saying, no, we're still going forward. I'm not going to try to pass it just yet. They saw if they had cross flags. Now they can mentally start counting down the laps from 10 to when they get to about 3 or 2 to go. That's probably when AJ is going to put the pressure on. The gap is starting to come down. Last time by, it was 2.2. This time by, 2 laps ago it was 2.2. This last time by, it was 2.0. So they are losing a little bit of time to the rest of the field. The field on back, because they have more karts and they all seem to settle down running in a tow, are currently this time by, running about 0.3 of a lap faster than the leader. So they are on track to catch up here before we see the double sticks in the air. Last time by, Tyler Kearns won a 32.5, again leading that second pack. The best for your leader, Eli Fox, a 32.9. 0.3 of a second being taken out every lap by that second group. Look for a possible 6-car battle for the lead here in the next 2 laps. Let's see if this time by on the gap. Eli Fox, 32.909. Tyler Kearns' group, 32.690 for Braden Johnson, the fastest one in that second pack, and they brought it down 1.5. So that gap continues to close, and the top 2 need to be careful. If they can't make anything happen out in front, they're looking to open up a huge tow for the rest of the field. 7 laps to go currently. The top 2 are trying to weight the clock down and try to just make it to the end so they can try to have their little battle. However, they got to be smart. If AJ Ludd makes 1, possibly 2 attempts at a pass, slows them down even more, that second group's going to close them faster. Last time by, your leader of Eli Fox, 32.787. Tyler Kearns' group. Tyler Kearns was the fastest, 32.593. 0.2 of a lap faster last time by. Gap down to 1.3 from 1.5. It's closing. If my math is not mistaken me, they might get in the next 2 laps once that tow comes into equation. AJ Ludd still on the back bumper, giving a push whenever he can to Eli Fox. A little bit of separation now between himself and Eli Fox out in front. I think he's starting to feel the effects of having a loose race car all night long. Down into turn 1. Let's look at the gap. Last time it was 1.3. 1.30, and it maintains about a 1.3. They found just a little bit more. They only made up about 1/10 that last lap. So if the mid-pack continues to go back and forth, which taking a peek back, it looks like Braden Johnson was able to get around Tyler Kearns. So if they can just wait a little bit longer, if they don't battle, continue to work, it's shown to work this entire race long so far in the past 5 laps, they could get there. Riley Baldwin, though, he's getting a little antsy. So the second group may have had an opportunity to catch back up to the front. It's slowly going away, and it is. Last time by, 1.5 seconds. So an increase by 0.2 of a gap, or 0.2 of a second. So the possibility of a 6-car battle for the lead, kind of out the window right now, as AJ Ludd was able to get around Eli Fox. So count him now up into P1. Eli Fox falls back into P2. If they go back and forth a couple more times, might bring it back down. This last time by was 1.5. Let's see it this time. There are 2 lap karts out in front. This might be a factor. Yellow flag is out into turn 1 for slow traffic. This time by, 3 laps to go. Let's look at the gap. 1.5 between Eli Fox and Tyler Kearns. So the gap is maintaining, and it's going to be a 2-car battle for the lead. There's a good shot of that second field. They had their chance to get to the front, but they took it through it to the wayside because they couldn't just calm down and keep it there a little bit longer. So now it's all going to be down to AJ Ludd and Eli Fox. There's a look from Brandon Johnson to try to get around Tyler Kearns. Let's take a look back up in front. AJ Ludd out in front. We know he's had a loose race car all night long. Eli Fox right there in second to tow. Blue flag being shown to the 2 lappers out in front. 2 laps to go this time by. Eli Fox fell off just a little bit there. Last time by, he won a 32.7. AJ Ludd won a 32.6. So let's see if he can maintain that gap. over the rest of the field. He does have to get around lap traffic. And Eli Fox looks like he's falling off just a little bit. Down by about 4 kart lengths now from AJ Ludd. So AJ might be able to do it. He's got his hands in the air. He's pointing at the 2 lappers, indicates to the flagman, hey, make sure you keep showing them the blue flags because they're not moving out of the way. Unfortunately, they don't have to move out of the way. That's just an awareness flag. Let them know the leaders are there. Here comes AJ on the inside. Gets to round 1, heading into turn 1. Right between both of them, heading into turn 2. Let's see Eli Fox. Is he able to get around quicker? Go straight to the back bumper. There goes Ludd around both. Eli Fox, he is going to be stuck in between the sandwich heading into Daytona, and that is going to give him the gap he needs, and that's all that AJ Ludd needed to give just enough breathing space for a possible one here this afternoon. He's got just to bring it on home. 2 more corners to go for AJ Ludd in the Top Kart USA privateer entry. Through the inside hairpin, up the hill he comes. AJ Ludd taking the win here this afternoon in Briggs 206 Senior Light. So how about that for AJ Ludd, battling a loose race car that entire feature, able to bring the win home this afternoon for 206 Senior Light. Eli Fox comes across in P2, Tyler Kearns in P3, Brayden Heber in P4, Brayden Johnson rounds out your top 5. So that will do it for the 206 Senior Light. Up next, your 206 Junior, followed by 206 Junior Sportsman and 206 Senior Heavy, coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out for your 206 junior. On the front row was Dane Van Dyke and Landon Brewer, and right now it is Van Dyke out in front over Brewer. And then you get a little bit of separation between you get to, a little lockup there from Brewer heading into that south side hairpin. He got a little loose on entry, somehow able to save it. Now continues into the toe of the leader of Van Dyke. Sam Tutwiler set to start in P3, although he has fallen back behind Blake Gibbs, who is currently running up in the third position now. This time across the stripe, heading into turn number 1. 14 laps to go. Your rundown here from the start after they got themselves all settled in. Van Dyke set to start P1, is currently P1. Gibbs P2, Brewer P3, Tutwiler P4, Rudder P number 5, Hooper in the 6th spot, Santos P7, Kyler Peebles in 8th, Gage Oceano 9th, Cathel in 10th, Brom in 11th, and then Patton in the 12th position. 13 laps to go. This time by as they're now making their way across the stripe. Tutwiler now up into P3, heading into turn number 1. Van Dyke still is actually falling back now into the grips of Lane Gibbs. Currently about a half a car length is what separates Van Dyke and Lane Gibbs. Through Daytona corner they go into the south side hairpin. Gibbs a little bit looser on the exit Daytona corner, and it's the same thing we saw with AJ Ludd earlier. His hands are all over the place. Has one giant turn in to try to get the kart to bite, and then he's leaning with his body weight, trying to get that thing set up through the corners. Had a peek on the inside there of Van Dyke, almost got into his side pod a little bit, coming out of the inner hairpin. Now it's going to be good news for Sam Tutwiler, who's got him in sights, and now he is in the toe, heading down into turn number 2. He's all over the back bumper, giving a little bit of a push there. Tutwiler is to Gibbs, trying to get him to close back up. Landon Brewer running in the 4th spot, though, trailing about a half a car between the two of them. Here comes Tutwiler, looks for it on the inside, takes a spot. Sam Tutwiler now up one more position into P2, and he's got his eyes set on Van Dyke out in front. And now Tutwiler's getting help from both Brewer, who's pushing him, and then Braden Rudder, or sorry, that's not Braden Rudder, that is Landon Brewer, giving him a little bit of a push as well. Then you go back a little bit farther before we get to Braden Rudder running in the 5th position. Out of turn 1 and heading down the backstretch they go. Still Van Dyke out in front, and that gap continues to close. Sam Tutwiler looks like he got shot out of a cannon there into turn 1. Now it's closed up to being on the back bumper Van Dyke. He might catch him off guard here into the south side hairpin. Thought about it, gave a little bit of a bump to let him know that he's there. Yellow flag is out now on the start-finish straight for turn 1, but now that has been cleared. So it is smooth sailing out in front. We got a 5-car battle for the lead. Van Dyke, Tutwiler, Gibbs, Brewer, and then Rudder in P5, the caboose, making the way across the stripe now into turn number 1. And we're going to watch as Van Dyke goes to work trying to hold off the rest of the field. Tutwiler now giving a little bit of a push to Van Dyke, trying to get a little bit of separation. However, Lane Gibbs is getting the toe from both the top 2 of Van Dyke and Tutwiler. And here comes Tutwiler to the inside. Let's see if there's a possible crossover from Van Dyke. He gets boxed in by Lane Gibbs, so he's going to have to settle into the 2nd position. So shuffle for the lead now. Tutwiler up on point. Van Dyke into P2, and then the rest of the field, Gibbs, Brewer, and Rudder. Let's see who's going to break up this pack first as Tutwiler now opens up about a half a car length now out of turn 1. He's got the momentum from that pass, but that's going to continue to slow down as he's opening up the bubble for the toe for Tutwiler there in this, or sorry, for Van Dyke there in the 2nd position. He's holding on to that 2nd spot. Let's see if he can recoup and catch back up, although he's loose. The back end slid out, and now to the inside, up the hill they go. Here comes Lane Gibbs. Had a peek for the moment, not enough to get it done. Now they make their way into the inner hairpin, and Van Dyke goes to the grass. He is not happy, and he is slowed all the way down, losing 5 positions, all up on the wheel, trying to see if he can't scoot that kart along just a little bit quicker now. So now Lane Gibbs will inherit the 2nd spot. Brewer up into P2. Rudder now into 4th, and Van Dyke falling back into P5. So now Tutwiler's got all sorts of breathing room, and what he's going to hope for is what's happening, or what he's going to hope that's not happening is exactly what's happening behind him of Lane Gibbs and Landon Brewer, nose to tail, working with each other, giving a little bit of a push when needed to try to close the gap back down. This time by 7 laps to go. Let's look at the time difference. Last time by, Tutwiler went a 32.6. Lane Gibbs and Brewer, well, a little bit faster. Lane Gibbs went a 32.5, about 1/10 faster. Brewer 2/10 faster at a 32.38. So they are quicker together than they are from Sam Tutwiler by himself. They are getting the toe, and they're also getting not only the toe, but also the pushing effect from Brewer pushing on the back bumper of Gibbs.
So up the hill they come. Look for this hairpin for that gap to close back down, and it will. It closes down about a half a kart length now. Looking at 6 laps to go this time by. Look for about 4 laps to go is probably when Gibbs and Brewer are close enough to make a move. They continue this pace. Last time by, Sam Tutler went a 32.39. Lane Gibbs went a 32.30. So he was about 9/100ths faster, which, I mean, anything you're faster than your opponents is good. However, it's not enough that they need. They're 3/10ths down so far, so they're trying to make up whatever they can. There is a lapper out in front, so if Tutwiler struggles to get around him, that could bunch the field up into the inner hairpin, and I think that's going to do just that. As the lapper goes off track, drops a wheel, and the rest of the cart follows suit. So now we got 3 carts bunched up nose to tail. Brain Rudder, he's there. He's in the 4th position. He's down by about 2 or 3 car lengths. He can see the top 3. However, he might miss his chance if the 3 of them can link up and gets to working together to push themselves away from the field. However, I have a feeling Lane Gibbs knows how fast Sam Tutwiler is, and he might try to get around him quickly and hold him at bay, and that's not what he needed. Lane Gibbs dropped a wheel on the exit of the hairpin, somehow kept up the momentum, but now he's got the dirt on his tires through the inner hairpin, and I don't think it's got an effect on him. Now he's on the back bumper up the hill, this time across the line, 4 laps to go, and just like that, we got 3 carts bunched up nose to tail. Tutwiler, Gibbs, Brewer, Braden Rudder, he's there. He needs 1 or 2 passes, and he could be well within the field of view. He's down by about 3 kart lengths now. Brewer, Daytona, the leaders go. Into the south side hairpin. Sam Tutwiler still holds on to about a 2 kart length lead, and now he's going to have to keep now the 3 at bay. I don't know what happened, but Braden Rudder cranked it up to 12, and he is now closing in on the 2 in front, and as well as the leader. Last time by, Rudder was about 1/10 faster than the 3 in front, so he's in towing range. 3 laps to go, 2 to go next time by, and it's all going to come down to who wants to break up the pack. Everyone wants to work together to keep themselves away from the field, but who's going to make the first move? Who's going to make the dive bomb? Is it going to be Rudder on Brewer? Is it going to be Brewer on Gibbs? Or is it going to be Gibbs on Tutwiler? That last time by, no one did it. Out of Southside hairpin they come. Now up into the inner hairpin. Top 4, nose to tail. Here's a look on the inside. Gibbs, your new leader. Tutwiler tries for the crossover move. Who does Brewer give help to? Well, he's going to have to give it to Gibbs. Or sorry, to Tutwiler, because he went immediately straight back into line. Gibbs holds on to point now, heading into turn number 2. 2 laps was shown this last time by. Tutwiler trying to get back to the lead. Brewer stalled it, trying to give him whatever help he could, and that they're all going to stay in the line. Braden Rudder, he's enjoying what he's seeing, and he is now on the back bumper. Gibbs already on the defensive. Here comes Brewer on the inside of Tutwiler. He caught him off guard. Now here comes Rudder on trying to get around Tutwiler. He's not going to be close enough to do it. You're the inner hairpin. This time by. Look for the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Gibbs, he's got it. If he can hold on a little bit longer. 1 lapper is in the field of view. Can he get him here? Shoots away onto the outside line. The lapper is going to pull over and let them all go by. Top 4 still nose to tail. Who's going to try to make the move? If Tutwiler makes his move too early onto Brewer, it could break up the pack. But now, look for Gibbs to defend the inside line. He's all the way down to the bottom. Rudder goes normal line. They all go single file to the inside. Here comes Rudder. Massive crossover move on Tutwiler. He's stuck on the outside up the hill. There's Brewer trying to make the move now. Gibbs defends the inside line. Through the inner hairpin they go, and it's not going to be enough. Lane Gibbs is going to take the win here this afternoon for 206 Junior. Landon Brewer comes across in P2. Sam Tutwiler in 3rd. Braden Rudder in 4th. And Dane Van Dyke is going to hold on to recoup to P number 5. So that'll do it for your 206 Junior. Up next, we have your 206 Junior Sportsman is going to be on track when they do. 206 Senior Heavy will be up on grid. KA Senior will be up on pre-grid. Micro Mini will be up on deck, and then after Micro Mini, we'll get into the Collegiate GP.
go for your Briggs 206 junior sportsman down into turn 1. AJ Stoner holds the inside line and shot out of a cannon from third. Went Kason Henderson all the way up to the outside of P number 2. Lincoln Wiley was along for the ride, and now he is going to slot, the Lincoln Wiley that is going to slot into P3. And Danny O'Gara was caught sleeping on the outside line, falls back now into fourth, and behind him Titus Roberts gets a little loose there heading into the south side hairpin. So AJ Stoner is going to hold on to the lead now, coming into the inner hairpin, dips a wheel, hard turn of the kart as he makes his way through now to try to open up his lead. And Kason Henderson has a peek back, and behind him he's got Lincoln Wiley, Danny O'Gara, Dominic Gaddis in P5, Jordan Lamfin in 6. So it's a whole train of karts. And now Kason Henderson, he's pointing forward. He's trying to get help there from Lincoln Wiley. They had an amazing start, went all the way up and well inside the top 3, now running second and third after starting a couple rows back, but I don't think they're going to have enough to reel in AJ Stoner. He's been fast so weekend long that last time by. Already opened up half a second lead over the rest of the field. And if they possibly start battling back and forth, that will allow AJ Stoner to pull away from the rest of the field. There's AJ on the left-hand side of your screen with the lights out in front. Then you get back to Kason Henderson and that Evo kart. AMAX Racing entry, then Lincoln Wiley, who is, I believe, a privateer running on a new gen as well, in the third spot. So different manufacturers out in front. Titus Roberts, who I know for sure is on a new gen entry, now making the way through a lot of traffic, and Dominic Gaddis on a Kart Republic MPG entry, currently rounding out the top 5. Blue flag is out for that lapper a little bit farther back. That's why you saw the blue flag being shown, and blue lights on the track. Now, let's see it. Here's the battle for second between Kason Henderson and Lincoln Wiley. Last time by, it was about a half a second. Now it's at 9/10 of a second, so almost a double increase there for AJ Stone the rest of the field. Last time by, he actually slowed down a little bit. AJ went a 34.0. I think that's to the lapper. And Kason Henderson and Lincoln Wiley went a 33.6 and 33.5 respectively. However, there's a gap on your screen between the two on the left-hand side, running in second and third, followed by the third placeman of fourth placeman of Lincoln Wiley. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see AJ Stoner by himself, currently opening up a gap over the rest of the field. Last time by, it was just under a second. Now it's at 1.6. So AJ Stoner, he's trying to set sail and pull away from the rest of the field. He has got 11 laps to go that last time by, looking for 10 to go this time by. There's second, third, and fourth. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Just ahead of your screen, it looks like Kason Henderson starting to pull away from that 3-pack there. The battle for the third spot, the last podium position, currently being led by Lincoln Wiley, then Titus Roberts and Dominic Gaddis, all going back and forth tooth and nail. So that has allowed Kason Henderson to pull away. So this could be a little bit of a boring race for that man right there in the 2-1-4. AJ Stoner, the Coyote AMAX entry out in front. 2.3 seconds he has over Kason Henderson, his teammate, in the Evo AMAX entry as well in the second spot. Then here is a battle for third. Lincoln Wiley, Titus Roberts, Dominic Gaddis, all nose to tail, trying to get on that last podium spot. So we're going to continue to watch this and see what happens. It is 10 laps to go now, 9 to go. This time by across the stripe. There's AJ Stoner last time by, over 2-second lead. Right now it's at 3.05. So Stoner has set sail. He's gotten well out of the drafting range for Kason Henderson and the rest of the field. Kason Henderson though holds on to a 3.6-second lead over the third place of Lincoln Wiley. So both of these two can kind of just set into their own. However, Kason Henderson can't get too comfortable now. It looks like that battle has calmed down. Lincoln Wiley is starting to slowly start to chip away at the gap between himself and Kason Henderson running out in front. There's our own Wade waving the blue flag there to indicate that the leaders are coming through as the lappers are still continuing to go another lap down. So AJ Stoner now 4-second advantage over Henderson running at P2. Lincoln Wiley currently sitting at about a second down on Kason Henderson, so he's right there. He's got to keep up the pace, hope for a mistake there from Kason Henderson. Henderson's got to keep his head down and make sure that he stays clean and smooth, because if he doesn't, then he will definitely open himself up for a possibility for a pass to get pushed farther back down on the podium. There's AJ Stoner out in front with the red lights on the back, blue lights on the front. Give it a thumbs up there to car number, I believe that was car number 4, that he was able to get a lap around. He appreciated that he let him go by easy and didn't try to hold him up. So good sportsmanship there from AJ Stoner out in front. This time by, look for 6 laps to go for that young man right there. AJ Stoner is also celebrating a birthday today. If you haven't already, wish him a happy birthday when he gets out of the cart, but I'm sure he would love nothing more as a gift to himself to take a win here this afternoon for the Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. Laps are continuing to tick away. 6 laps to go this time for Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. So let's do a quick of a rundown here for the rotation. 206 Junior Sportsman's on track now, so if you're 206 Senior Heavy, you need to be up on grid. 206 Senior Heavy up on grid. KA Senior, you're going to be up on pre-grid. Micro Minis will be up on deck. After Micro Minis, we'll go to Collegiate GP. Following Collegiate GP, we'll go to 206 Masters. So if you're in any of the groups I just listed off, make sure you're aware of when you're out on track so we get you guys going quickly and we can hopefully get everyone home at a reasonable hour, because some of us have a decent drive here after work today. Continue to watch now. AJ Stoner out in front over the rest of the field. There's your battle for second. Casey Hendrickson, who has been reeled in by Lincoln Wiley, now down to 0.2 of a second for the third position. Then they get a little bit of breathing space, about 1.8 between themselves and Dominic Gaddis running in P4. Titus Roberts currently about a second down from Dominic running in the 5th position. Danny O'Gara, who fell all the way back into 8th, now up into 6th currently, but about 2.8 seconds down on Titus Roberts to crack the top 5. So he's definitely made up some time, but I don't think he's got enough time to make his way any higher up through the field unless there's something that happens in that mid-pack. So we're going to continue to sit back and watch the 214 of AJ Stoner go to work here. 6.3 seconds he has as a gap over Casey Hendrickson in P2. And there's a big swarm of karts that are making their way through. I think Danny O'Gara may have been up in that mix as well. A couple others, I think Titus Roberts may have been a factor in that. I believe that's a mix between drivers on the lead lap and lappers as well. So all sorts of action happening here on track on this half-mile old-school layout here at Whiteland Raceway Park under the lights. Definitely multiple battles that we're trying to keep track of. 3 laps to go currently for AJ Stoner. He just made his way across the stripe, and here's the battle for second. That is Casey Hendrickson and Lincoln Wiley going tooth and nail, and I believe Lincoln Wiley was able to get around Hendrickson, so count Hendrickson back into 3rd. Wiley now up into P2. Again, they're battling for the last 2 podium spots here this afternoon. Looks like something fell off the cart there on the left-hand side of your screen. Not quite sure what it is. May have been an airbox. But we have 2 more laps to go. AJ Stoner burns another lap. He has got double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for him. And here's more of that mid-pack battle. That appears to be a Top Kart USA entry. I believe that was kart number 11 of Dylan Thomas. So that is a battle for 7th and 8th. So that is Jordan Lamphin in the 08, trying to hold off Dylan Thomas in kart number 11 for the 7th and 8th position. Now across the line goes the rest of the field. This next time by, though, for AJ Stoner is going to be the white flag. One more time by as he makes his way up towards the top of the hill. 2 lappers out in front, and he has been dodging traffic left and right, working his way through the field, doing a almost picture-perfect race, if you will, as he holds on to a massive lead. Last time by, it was almost in the double digits. I think this time it's not quite there. 9.3 seconds. He might get to 10 by the time he makes it this time across the stripe. As he now makes his way into the south side hairpin for the final time. It's a little loosey-goosey there for another kart in the inner hairpin. But AJ Stoner out of the south side hairpin, up the hill for the final time, coming into the hairpin to receive the checkered flag. AJ Stoner, the birthday boy, is going to treat himself to a win here this afternoon for your Briggs 206 Junior Sportsman. This next time by, I believe that should have been the checkered flag, so look for the checker this time. White flag is out now, so it looks like we're going 1 more lap. So this next time, look for the checkered flag for AJ Stoner to get the win here this afternoon. As we continue to watch, there's the more of that mid-pack battle. There's Danny O'Gara running back now into the 6th position. But now, here are the final couple of hairpins up the hill for the final time. AJ Stoner, the birthday boy, gets a win here this afternoon at Whiteland Raceway Park. So that will do it for your 206 Junior Sportsman. Up next, we have your 206 Senior Heavy, KA Senior, Micro Minis combined, followed by Collegiate GP, the 206 Masters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Green flag is out here for your 206 senior heavy. Leading the way is Matt Geist over Adam Dietz running a P2. Evan McCorkadale getting a little bit of help now from Brandon Hanville in the 4th position as making way through the south side hairpin now. 20 laps is the distance for these 6 karts making their way all the way through as we continue to watch the top 4. Geist, Dietz, McCorkadale, and Hanville. Your top 4 is now, looks like Dietzy trying to force the issue off the start. Coming up in the final corner to turn 1. Wasn't able to get the job done. Goes straight to the back bumper of his friend, Matt Geist, out in front. P2 now of McCorkadale. He's trying to get on this front train before they set sail, because right now it looks like they're slowly starting to pull away from the 4th placement, Brandon Hanville. Again, from the start, they do get 2 warm-up laps, try to get the tires up to temp. However, it's about lap 4 or 5 before these tires actually come into their own. You can start to lean on them and force the maximum amount of grip out of them. That's why you see on the start, so many people look like they're sawing at the wheel, trying to just dance the car to the corner, survive the first couple of laps before the pressures come in. Here comes Dietz trying to get into turn 2. They're going to go side by side, and they're about door to door through the crossover. Dietz is going to have to yield, and now Geist forced on the outside line. He is going to continue to hold the position. That's now going to bring in McCorkadale and Hanville out of Daytona. Into the south side hairpin they go. So top 4 now almost nose to tail up the hill, down into the inside hairpin. Let's see, Adam Dietz, he's a little anxious. He's trying to see if he can't force the issue and force a mistake out of your leader, Matt Geist. He's letting him know he's there. He's taking the opportunity whenever given. Does he try it now into turn 2 again? He peeks to the inside. Does he have him cleared this time? They're door to door. He's not quite as close as he was last time. He starts to back out of it, and now he's going to have to just save the momentum. Matt Geist got a better run that last time by. Dietz almost had an opportunity to set him up for a pass into the south side hairpin. Thought better of it, continues to run the back bumper. Now he's trying to set him up for a crossover again, but all this almost passing that's been happening out in front has allowed McCorkadale and Hanville to catch back up. So now count those 4, all nose to tail, this time across the stripe. Dietz gets a great run out of the final corner. He's in the toe through turn 1, gets a massive run each time. Does he decide to put it in the back bumper of Geist? Yes, he does. And just like that, they open up a 2-kart length advantage between themselves and McCorkadale and Hanville running in 3rd and 4th. This time by, they're going to be 5 laps in, 5 laps to go. 5 laps in, 15 to go this next time by. Top 4 continue to go nose to tail up the hill and now into the inner hairpin. Up through the final 2 corners they go, down towards the start-finish straight. Let's see if Dietz decides to make a move here, if he's going to continue to push. Out of turn 1, he's not quite as close as was the previous 2 laps. He's going to continue to close back up, straight to the back bumper. Big old push there for your leader of Matt Geist into turn 2 of the crossover now, heading into Daytona corner. Down to the south side hairpin. Does Dietz try it? No, he's going to stay in the line, and they're slowly starting to pull away from both Evan McCorkadale and Brandon Hanville, running in 3rd and 4th. Now up the hill into the end of the hairpin they go. Here comes Dietz now. He's finally done it. Adam Dietz up onto point. What does Matt Geist do? Does he follow behind him? He is Mr. Patient. Or does he try to make a move? He's going to continue to push now out of turn 1. Let's see if he sets him up over to turn 2. He does not. He stays right on the back bumper, giving a little bit of push now over through the crossover, heading into the south side hairpin now. 14 laps to go, 13 to go this next time by. Down to the south side hairpin, right behind them is still the 2 of now Hanville up into 3rd and McCorkadale in 4th. So Hanville is able to get around, and now it looks like he's starting to pull away from McCorkadale now into 4th. So we could see Hanville shake things up inside the top 2. Dietz is slowly pulling away, 3 car lengths about. Count that 2 out of turn 1 is the advantage. Here comes Hanville now closing up to the back bumper. Matt Geist, you can give him a push if needed to close up to your leader of Adam Dietz. Into Daytona they go. About equal spacing for the top 3, heading into the south side hairpin. And just like that, they are slowly starting to pull away from Evan McCorkadale in the 4th spot. So if they continue to just keep their noses down and push a little bit harder, they could find themselves a decent breathing space between themselves and Evan McCorkadale running in 4th. However, I have a feeling Hanville might get a little impatient and try to make a move, because slowly Adam Dietz is pulling away. Just like that, Adam Dietz is now up by about almost half a second, 0.439 between himself and Geist running in P2. Geist now into the toe after he got a little bit of a push there from Hanville into the south side hairpin. Through the south side they go. Now they go that quick little short run up the hill into the inner hairpin. Hanville, he's helping Geist when he needs it, but I think he's slowly trying to size up Geist into making a move here soon. They still got plenty of time, almost halfway, 11 laps to go this time by. It's going to be cross flags next time down into turn 1. Dietz still out in front, Geist into P2. Hanville, let's see what he does here. He goes to the back bumper, gives a little bit of a push there into the turn 2 sweeper. Now through the crossover they go, and just like that, they're slowly starting to close back up yet again. So it's Dietz out in front, Geist still running in that 2nd spot, Hanville in 3rd. Now Hanville, he's done a good job. He's been kind of controlling the pace of Matt Geist. He's helping him when he's needed it, but the question is how long until he just decides to go for it. He's got the time. If he is able to get around Geist and he's quick enough by himself, he could keep up with Adam Dietz. However, if he is able to get around Geist and he's a little bit slower than Dietz, he could find himself falling off the pace. But now, it looks like out of nowhere, Matt Geist decides to crank it up to 12. I don't know if it's the tires coming in or if he was saving himself from the start, but now the top 3 are all nose to tail again. Up the hill they go, into the inner hairpin. Let's see what Geist does now. As here comes Hanville. He tries it, he's got his elbows up, and that's going to bobble the momentum, but I think Geist may have had his tire pressure set to coming later into the race. He's down by about 4 or 5 kart lengths. If he can just keep Hanville at bay a little bit longer, he can close that gap back up. Hanville, however, sees the opportunity in front of him. He knows that Geist doesn't have a toe. It could be easy pickings for him. However, if he does make a quick little quote-unquote cheap shot of a pass, then that could indicate to Matt Geist that he just wants to go for 2nd. Matt Geist could do the same to him, and just like that, Dietz could run away with it. It hasn't happened yet, but it is a possibility. Into the inner hairpin where Hanville made his move last time by. He doesn't try it this time. Now they go up the hill. They're going to burn another lap. 8 laps to go at the line, and look for that 4th placement of Evan McCorkadale. He's been sitting back there watching this all go down. He's running about the same lap times as the rest of the top 3. 33.2 his last time by. 33.27, I should say. Last time by for your leader, Adam Dietz, 33.20. So he's a little bit slower, but he could have been saving his equipment and his energy from the start to try to make a charge toward this latter half of the race, especially if these top 3 do what just happened there as they're going back and forth. And now here comes a new leader. It is Geist up into front, and just like that, McCorkadale is in the toe of Hanville for 3rd. Matt Geist running out in front. He's got Adam Dietz behind him, Hanville in P3. McCorkadale, who's got a lot of laps on this layout, in the 4th position, could easily find himself in the catbird seat as he is now sitting back and watching. Now he's starting to force the issue. Top 4,
nose to tail. Up the hill they come into the inner hairpin. Does Adam Dietz make the move? Yes, he does. He takes a spot back. Geis holds on to P2. Now Hanville for third. He's getting a little bit of help from McCorkadell. Does McCorkadell play it patient here, or does he try to slowly sneak his way up through the field as he's kind of just sat back and watched? Now he decides to try to force the issue. He's on the back bumper of Hanville, kind of just watching the top three. He's watched the entire start of the race. He knows everyone's mentality so far, as now here comes Geis on a look at the inside, and he gets cut off by Adam Dietz heading into the south side hairpin. That's going to bunch him back up. 2 kart length advantage now to Adam Dietz coming up into the inner hairpin. Through the inner hairpin they go. Dietz goes a little wide. He's going to be able to roll more momentum out of that. He's going to have the point now. 5 laps to go. 3 kart length advantage now for Dietz over Geis. What is Hanville doing for second? Does he try to push him back up, or does he try to go for it? He's got McCorkadell there, who I'm sure is willing to follow him if he tries to make a move. That last time by into turn 2, decide better of it. Let's see it in the south side hairpin. Geis not closing up. Hanville realizes that. He stays in line. McCorkadell just sitting back and watching what's going on between second and third of Geis and Hanville. Does Hanville try it on the inside of Geis into the inner hairpin? No, they all stay in line. This time by 4 laps to go. We got 4 karts. Nose to tail here under the lights at WRP. It may not be a deep field, but boy, are they going to put on a good show. Look for a barn burner here for the next 3.5 laps over into turn 2. Now the crossover. Who is going to make the move into the south side? Do they stay in line, or do they try to pass over into the south side hairpin? They all stay relatively about the same line, but I'm sure this next time by is 3 laps to go. Following that is going to be 2 laps to go. When they see the double sticks, that's probably when the gloves will come off. No one makes a move there into the inner hairpin. Up the hill they go, down towards the start-finish straight. Adam Dietz still out in front. Matt Geis P2. Hanville in third. McCorkadell struggling to hold on for fourth now. Down the backstretch they go, over into turn 2. Who's going to pop out of line first? Into turn 2, they all stay in line through the crossover. Geis has got to run now. He's got it through Daytona. Does he try to make a move now? He thought about trying to roll the high line, stays right in place, and puts that extra momentum into the back bumper of Adam Dietz. So Adam Dietz is on point. Geis P2, Hanville in third, McCorkadell for fourth, all nose to tail. Here's the indication to pull the gloves off, boys. 2 laps to go this time by. Who's going to break the train first? Out of turn 1 they go. Dietz goes about the middle parts of the track to defend. Over now into turn 2. Hanville closes up to the back bumper of Geis. Now through the crossover they go. Into Daytona corner. Geis has got to run. What does he do with it? He stays in line. Is that going to open up the door for anyone else behind? No crossover out of the south side, and here he comes to the inside. Matt Geis tries it up the hill. Here comes Hanville, 3 wide into the inner hairpin. They're still 3 wide up the hill. Dietz puts 2 wheels into the grass. White flag this time by. Side by side for the lead down into turn 1. It's going to be Geis on point. Dietz is not making his life any easy, and they're going to go 3 wide again. Down into turn 2. Who's got the point? Hanville up into second. Now he's trying to go for the point. But Corkadale right there in fourth, watching all this go down. Matt Geis has got the point. He kind of goes on the defensive to the south side. Is it going to be enough to hold on Hanville in second? Up the hill. This is the last good passing opportunity. Dietz sends it up on the inside, and he is going to inherit second and seal the win for Matt Geis here at WRP. Matt Geis takes the win this afternoon for your Briggs 206 Senior Heavy. Adam Dietz comes across in P2. Brennan Hanville for third. Ev McCorkadale in fourth. Eric Spilling in P5, and Justin Laudick rounds out the field in 6th. So that will do it for 206 Senior Heavy. Up next, we still got more racing coming to you. We still have your KA Senior, one of the deepest fields we've had this year, coming up next, followed by Micros and Minis, then Collegiate GP, followed by 206 Masters. Plenty of racing still yet to come here live on the WRP Racing Network. This is your KA100 seniors. Green down into turn number 1. And it is a good jump from the outside for A.J. Ludd over Charlie Stein to start on the inside of row number 2. Adam Maxwell gets his elbows out. He's trying to move up into the 3rd position as they make their way now into Daytona, followed by the south side hairpin now. And actually, we got a new 2nd placeman. It is Carson Sauter up into the 2nd spot on that GP Kart USA entry now on that brand new chassis back out of retirement. The GPs are great to see them, not only for me for nostalgia, but also to have another chassis manufacturer up in the line. We got a top card out in front, GP in 2nd, and now for 3rd, we have Adam Maxwell on the Sony car, another French manufacturer back out of retirement, now into the top positions here. Followed by their 4th place now of Charlie Steins. We got an OTK in 4th, a Sony in 3rd, 2nd is a GP, and the leader is a top card. So different manufacturers out front as there went at Maxwell for 2nd now up into P2. He is handling around Carson Sauter. Sauter now trying to hold on to the podium position, but he's got behind him Charlie Stein, someone who has got a lot of laps, not only here, but also across the country running on the circuits of USPKS, SCUSA as well, and he's not only branched off the 100cc, but he's also trying his hand in the 125 shifters. Now for the inside, new leader, Adam Maxwell out in front of the Sony in the AMAX Racing entry. He's going to have to yield the position back to A.J. Ludd, and now he tries it again, and just like that, Charlie Steins tries to follow. New 1st and 2nd placeman, Maxwell out in front, Steins down to P2, Ludd holds on to 3rd, and Sauter's into P4. So they're all hustling and tussling in the top 4. Now over to the turn 2 sweeper. Through the crossover they go. Maxwell out in front, so he's got a lot of laps here, not only at Whiteland, but also the national circuit running CKNA, USPKS, Route 66 as well. So there's different contenders who've got different experience in the front. Here goes Charlie Steins. Picture perfect pass up the inside. Maxwell tried for the crossover, went straight to his back bumper. Both of these 2 individuals are very fast here at WRP, and they've been fast all day long, especially now under the lights. They've started to slowly open up the gap between themselves, and A.J. Ludd and Carson Sauter is running at 3rd and 4th. Sauter's having a good race. He has been a local here at WRP, running up towards the front, and now he is a good contender inside the top 5, trying to go for a podium position as he's now following A.J. Ludd. Now recall back, A.J. Ludd had a good run when it came time for the 206 senior medium class. Now he's trying to see if he can't get a podium here in the KAs. He is now going to have to yield 3rd. There with Carson Sauter's now up into 4th, and now we can take a watch the top 2. Charlie Steins out in front, Adam Maxwell in 2nd, and it looks like Steins might be slowly opening up a gap over Maxwell. However, we have seen different strategies for tire pressure. Some like to go a little more aggressive on the start. Some like to have them set up to come later at the end of the evening. This is the first time we've raced some lights here this season, especially in the cold, so everyone is learning to adapt to not only the new pavement, but also running again back in the cold on this beautiful fall afternoon in October here at WRP. There's your 2nd placeman, Adam Maxwell, the Sony Kart entry, Kart 141 AMAX, running in P2. And there's your leader, Charlie Steins, privateer entry on OTK out in front. Currently holds about a 0.6 of a second gap over Maxwell for P2. A little bit farther back, you get to Carson Sauter for 3rd. He's got a little bit of breathing room, about a second, 0.7 seconds that is, over himself and A.J. Ludd, who is now falling under attack from Brandon Keeper, running in the 5th position, kart number 8. So, top 3 pretty equally spaced out. This is going to come down to who can be more consistent. Last time by, Steins won a 29.4, about 3/10 better than Maxwell, who won a 29.7. So Maxwell fell off about 3/10 there, almost a second down on Steins. However, Carson Sauter in the 3rd position, he won a 29.6, so about 1/10 better than your 2nd placeman, slowly closing up. The improvement is good for him. However, he's going to need just a little bit more to chip away at the gap. Last time by, again, he went a 10th faster. He's down by about 4/10. If he can keep this pace up, he will get there in about 5 laps. He's got to be patient, though. However, the question is, does Adam Maxwell have his car set to come in a little bit later in the race? If this is true, and he's having it set up to come in about 5 to 6 laps to go, we can see that gap start to slowly open back up. Sauter will have the toe here this time by. Last time by was 1/10 better. Let's look at the gap this time. Maxwell went at 29.7. Sauter went at 29.6. Gap down to about 3 tenths. So he's got whatever little toe come off of these KAs at high speeds. However, it's one thing to catch up. It's another thing to pass. He's got him in sight. I'm sure that's giving him all sorts of adrenaline motivation right now. He's got to keep his head down and make no mistakes. If you're Adam Maxwell, you got to get a little bit more of that kart. He knows how to keep him at bay, but the question is, can he keep him at bay for 10 laps as they're about to come up? It's 11 laps to go now. Cross flags, 10 laps to go next time by. Let's see what the gap. Maxwell, again, 29.7. He's very consistent, 29.7s. Sauters went at 29.6. Now down to about 2 tenths between the two of them. There it is, the battle for second. The GP kart that Carson Sauters is on. That's a very shifter-heavy base manufacturer, so they have a lot of grip, naturally as they are. When we're in the summertime in the heat, they're very much a pain to take a lot of grip out. However, when it comes time for nights like this, when you need all sorts of grip, they are the perfect chassis to have, especially Charlie Steins out there in the OTK, which naturally put off all sorts of grip as they are. So let's see it. Can Carson Sauters try to take a second place away from Adam Maxwell last time by? Maxwell at 29.78. Sauters went at 29.76, so he's starting to plateau his times. Could it be because he caught back up and he's getting a little bit of air wash? Probably not. On these smaller bouldering tracks, air wash is not much of a big factor. If you're on a big track like MCC or Newcastle Motorsports Park, absolutely. Air wash is a very big deal. However, on these small bouldering tracks, air wash is not a huge big of a deal. It could be also they're trying to just match pace with Adam Maxwell now running in second. They're going to leave Charlie Steins out in front. He's going up to a 2.6-second gap between himself and Maxwell for second. Maxwell now, the gap between himself and Sauters is down to 1.6. 7 laps to go this next time by. Carson Sauters has not got a podium in the KA class. He's trying for it now as we have one off. I believe that may have been Maxine Coxon off over into turn 2. Couldn't quite get a number for you guys. Hopefully we can see on the time sheet this next time by. We're going to continue watch here. This battle for second. Maxwell trying to hold off Carson Sauters. Sauter, who's got one of the better nights that he's had here at WRP. He's learned a lot from this new chassis. He's slowly now trying to apply that knowledge and is seeing if he can't take it to arguably one of the best here in the Midwest of Adam Maxwell. And he sends it up on the inside. Does he get it? There went your leader. There's Charlie Steins. What about the battle for second? And it is. It is now going to be Carson Sauters up into P2. Maxwell now all over his back bumper. Let's see if Maxwell can close back up to him. He's got the toe. But the question is, can he hold on to it? Last time by, Sauters went at 29.8. Maxwell at 30.1. Granted, he did get past, so it does slow him down a little bit. Now let's look at the lap times. Maxwell goes to work. You can see him tuck his head back down. He's close on the back bumper of Sauters. Through the inside hairpin they go. This time by, 5 laps to go this time by. Charlie Steins out in front. There he is. He is way out there. Over to turn 2 by the time second and third placemen are coming out of turn 1. All he has to do is just take a knee, wait the clock down. He's got plenty of time. Put back in the bank about 4 seconds so he can just reap the benefits from that and just wait it out these next 5 laps, especially if these two right here continue to go back and forth. Steins has got nothing to worry about besides bringing it on home in one piece. Now let's watch it. Can Maxwell have a drive back here on Carson Sauter? Heading down now into turn number 1. There with your leader, Charlie Steins out in front. Let's see if we can't get a battle for the second position. And I think Sauter is slowly starting to pull away from Maxwell. That last time by, he went at 29.81. Maxwell 29.86. Almost identical in lap times, with just a little bit better is Carson Sauter over Adam Maxwell. Maxwell's got the toe to his advantage though. If he can just sit here and wait to about 2 laps to go, just chip away a little bit at a time, he might be able to be there and make a last minute pass on him. Last time by, Carson Sauter went a tenth better. He went at 29.71. Adam Maxwell at 29.82, so he is about 1 tenth a lap better. Maxwell's just got to hold on a little bit longer. He's got plenty of room from behind. He's got about a 2-second gap between himself and Brandon Heber running in the 3rd position. Although with 2 laps to go, it looks like Sauter slowly now edging his way away from Adam Maxwell running in the 3rd spot. So I think this one has all but concluded there for P2. There's your leader of Charlie Steins. He is all the way in to the exit turn 1 by the time the leaders now make it, or exit turn 2 by the time the leaders make it into turn number 1. 4.1 seconds is the difference between Steins and Carson Sater running in that second position. Adam Maxwell P3, Brandon Heber in fourth, AJ Ludd is back into P5, Dina Piercy in sixth, Gentry Solomon in the seventh spot. As now that actually might work in the favor of Maxwell. It looks like the lapper's holding him up as he almost goes into the barrier down into turn one. There's your leader of Charlie Steins on your screen. Let's see if we can't get this battle for second going on here. Sater took a little bit longer than he thought to go to the lapper. It looks like the lapper now is starting to hold up your third placement of Maxwell, so that'll all but do it for Carson Sater. He may have smooth sailing now. Let's switch back over to your leader, Charlie Steins, who is coming up now on the checkered flag. He's making his way up the hill for the final time, down across the stripe. There it is, sweeping across the line. Charlie Steins taking the win here this afternoon for KA100 Senior. Carson Sater brings on home in P2, Adam Maxwell finishing in third, Brandon Heber in fourth, and AJ Ludd rounding out your top five. That'll do it for your KA100 Seniors and Master. Up next is your Micros and your Minis combined into one. After that, it'll then be Collegiate GP, followed by 206 Masters, KA Junior, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Masters Heavy, and 206 Super Masters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. Flag is now out for your minis. They're the first ones to take the green here this afternoon. That is being led currently by AJ Stoner out in front. There he goes, starting to pull away from the second placement. If I'm not mistaken, that is of Titus Roberts there into P2. Here comes your Micros being led by Danny O'Gara. But there's the outside jump there. And if I'm not mistaken, that should have been Casey Henderson up onto the point. Or no, Lincoln Wiley. Lincoln Wiley is now up into the lead there for your Micros. Here comes your minis now across the line, being led again by AJ Stoner out in front. Titus Roberts into P2. And like last time, AJ Stoner is slowly starting to set sail from the rest of the field. For your Micros, there's the pass back for the lead. Danny O'Gara back in front for the Micros, being now able to get around, if I'm not mistaken, that should have been Lincoln Wiley now back into P number 2 there for your micros. So what you're watching now, that is the battle for the second, third, and fourth placeman for your minis. That is Titus Roberts, Bentley McCain, Dalton Sears, and Bo Duke Schultz there. Actually, sorry, Bo is currently registered P2 for your micros. So that is the battle between Titus Roberts, Bentley McCain, and Dalton Sears. If you're watching at home on the live stream, on the left-hand side of your screen, you can actually see the two different classes. So currently, your minis are being led by AJ Stoner. That's at the top. Titus Roberts P2, Bentley McCain in third. Dalton Sears is actually registered in fourth overall. Then when it gets down to Bo Duke Schultz, you can see he's registered currently there for P1. However, Danny O'Gara did not have a transponder, so he is being hand scored. So his actual leader, Bo Duke Schultz, is in P2. And then you get to Will Lincoln Casey all the way on down. You can see the number split between position, and then the PIC is actually what means for the split races itself. So look on the right-hand side or the left-hand side of your screen there to figure out the exact positions between the class. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, that is overall between the two classes out in front. So we can continue to sit back and watch your micros and minis continue on here for the next 10 laps this next time across the line. Just for the audience back, or the participants here, this is your first reminder. If you have a rental transponder, please make sure as soon as you've concluded with your racing for the day, you return that back in the lobby so you get those back on the charger, and make sure we have them all intact so we can rent those out yet again. Up next on track is your Collegiate GP. Again, micros and minis are being ran all in one. Collegiate GP is up next, so they should be on grid. 206 Masters should be up on pre-grid. K8 Junior is up on deck. After that, we get to 206 Senior Medium, followed by 206 Master Heavy, and then 206 Super Master. So still plenty of racing still yet to come here this afternoon. 10 laps to go for your micros and your minis. For your micros, AJ Stoner holding on to a 3.5-second second lead over the entire field. There he is on your screen. Cart number 1-4, and you can tell from the light strip that's on the front fairing of his cart, he is out in front of that Tony cart. Again, another AMAX entry. Then you get to Titus Roberts running in P2. Again, 3.2 seconds back. He is on a new gen Haas entry. Then to Bentley McCain, Dalton Sears for your minis. For your micros, Casey Henderson is registered to P1. He's actually into P2 because Danny O'Gara is up in front of him. But Casey Henderson on the EOS AMAX entry, running in the second position, and the rest of the field on back. We're going to keep you guys updated with any action that happens on track here for your micros and your minis. I know it's confusing once you get into it, but remember, left-hand side of your screen, general overall is on the left hand, and then that column right next to the left-hand side of your screen, the reason why it's split in two is because it's the two classes that are out on track. We're going to continue to just sit back and watch here, and we'll keep you guys updated with any action that happens out on track.
micros and minis continue underway here. Again, your minis are registered out in front over your micros. AJ Stoner has opened up an 11.2 second lead over the rest of the field for the minis. Currently P2 for your minis is Titus Roberts, followed by Bentley McCain in P3. Dalton Sears registered in 4th. Danny O'Gara continues the lead for the micros. Casey Henderson in P2. And the rest of the field on back there. 2 laps to go this time by for your leader overall and for the minis. AJ Stoner making his way across the stripe now. Look for him to get the white flag this next time by. There it is, white flag in the air. AJ Stoner, the birthday boy, trying to go 2 for 2 for wins and try to give himself one heck of a birthday present. 2 trophies to bring home here from WRP on one of the throwback nights here on the short layout. Back under the lights on a beautiful fall afternoon. Sweatshirt weather is the type of racing we all love here in the Midwest. So we're going to continue to watch AJ Stoner. He is now making his way, if I'm not mistaken, into the south side hairpin, up the hill for the final time into the inner hairpin. The checker flag is in hand. There it is, AJ Stoner, double checkered flags. He goes 2 for 2 here this afternoon for the micros and the minis. So that will do it for the micros and the minis. Up next is the Collegiate GP, set to go green here this afternoon for their 15-lap feature event. Following that, if you're in 206 Masters, make your way up to grid. After Collegiate GP and 206 Masters, it goes to KA Junior, 206 Senior Medium, and then following that goes your 206 Master Heavy, and then your 206 Super Masters. All right, here we go for the Collegiate GP, set to take the 15-lap feature event. Sam Griffin will take him to the green on pole position next to Tyler Hagan in P number 2. Carter Bowles will start on the inside of row number 2 next to JJ Wheely in P number 4. Wyatt Carter rounds out the top 5. Here they come down to the green flag in the air to turn number 1. And it looks like it is going to be Sam Griffin out front. Carter Bowles into P2, trying to put the pressure on Hagan, heading into turn number 2 now. They're going to go single file, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I believe that's JJ Wheely, able to slot into the 4th position now. They come through Daytona. And there is Sam Griffin, already going on the defensive now into the south side hairpin. Car number 42, he is under attack now from Carter Bowles at 27. Up the hill they come, down into the inside hairpin. Let's see what happens here. Griffin able to get through clearly. You can tell his kart, because he's got the red neon lights, makes my life a whole lot easier as he makes his way down into turn number 1 now. He's leading the 3. There is Hagan running at P2. Carter Bowles in the 3rd spot. Almost equal spacing the top 3, making their way now over to turn 2 in the crossover. And let's see it. It looks like Hagan may have a little bit of a run here. Does he try to take it into turn 2? It looks like Griffin goes on the defensive line inside south side hairpin, that is. Now up the hill they go into the inner hairpin. And just like that, they're all bunched up. 1, 2, 3. Now into the inside hairpin. Who's going to take it? Carter Bowles trying to get his elbows up there onto the 42. It's going to bobble the momentum. It's going to bring him back just a little bit. Carter Bowles looks a lot quicker than he did in the pre-final. Something was figured out in that kart there between then and now as they make their way over into turn 2. Top 3 continue to be equal spacing now. Over to the crossover, heading into the south side hairpin, this time out of Daytona. And it looks like Tyler, he's close, not close enough to make a move. Griffin's still going on the defensive. All 3 of them are hopping their way out of that south side hairpin. Out of the inner hairpin they go. Who can get the better line out of it? And it looks like it's going to be Griffin. Continues to hold on to his lead over Tyler Hagan, running in P number 2 now down into the south side here, or turn number 1 they go. All 3 of them bouncing their way on the exit, coming down into turn number 2 sweeper now. And it looks like Carter Bowles maybe starting to fall off just a little bit. Last time by, Sam Griffin won a 31.5. Tyler Hagan won a 31.4. Carter Bowles won a 31.8. So pretty close on times. Although Tyler Hagan, the 2nd spot, currently the fastest one between the 3 of them. JJ Wheely, he is finding himself about 3.8 seconds back from Bowles in P number 3. Then to get back to Caden Taylor, who started dead in Charlie, now up into P5. He is a little bit farther back. He's trying to work his way through traffic there in that mid-pack. He currently finds himself about 6 seconds down from the top 3, as now we're watching the battle for 2nd. Let's see it. Does Carter Bowles have anything for Hagan heading down the south side hairpin? He can't get it done here. They both lead with the tail end coming out of the south side. Up into the inner hairpin they go. Carter Bowles, let's see. Can he try it on the inside here? He's got a good run. Bobbles it just a little bit on exit. Coming up the hill now. He's in whatever toe these carts give off. I'm not quite sure if any. They're both, or all of them are not aerodynamic whatsoever. It's kind of like the meme. What's more aerodynamic, a Jeep or a fish? Well, I think in this case, a Grand Prix kart is not going to win out over any of those. To make their way over to Daytona Corner now. They're still going to go single file there for 2nd and 3rd. Sam Griffin last time by won a 30.9. I think that's the first time this weekend that we've seen a kart go down into the 30s. Tyler Hagan won a 31.2. Bowles won a 31.3. Go a little bit farther back to Caden Taylor in 4th. He was able to work his way through the traffic, but he is only running a 32.0. Now that he's got some clean space in front of him, let's see what times he can do. He's normally one of the faster cars we've seen here for a Grand Prix, the Collegiate GP. That last time by when the 32.6 was kind of plateaued there in the 32s. 9 laps to go here. Griffin's still out in front. Hagan still P2. Let's do a rundown of the roster. Carter Bowles P3. Caden Taylor up into 4th. JJ Wheely up into P5. Jacob Clammy, he also started dead in Charlie. He is now up into P6. Charlie Hinckley up into P7. Wyatt Carter up into 8th. Preston Taylor 9th. Megan Prong up into 10th. Ryan Bax in 11th. And then I believe Luke Etchison had a problem there on the start. Was not able to take the green. Unfortunate to see. But hopefully they had a good running opportunity throughout the day today. You continue to watch here. There's your leader heading down into, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the south side hairpin, making the way out now. The gap now is about 1 second between Sam Griffin and Tyler Hagan between 1 and 2. Bowles currently running about 1.2 seconds back from Hagan in the 2nd spot, about 2.3 back from the leader of Sam Griffin. Halfway shown this time by Sam Griffin, Tyler Hagan almost nose to tail. There's, like we said, about 1 second spacing, and it's maintained at about a 1.016 all the way through the past 3 or 4 laps. So impressive to see that Hagan has not fallen off any way, shape, or form. However, now here comes a challenge, and this is also a reflection of the Purdue Grand Prix. Who can get through lap traffic the easiest? Sam Griffin was able to get around one, heading into the south side hairpin. Now in the inner hairpin was able to get around. Yes, he was. Hagen just a little bit quicker on that time by, so that could be good news for him. Carter Bull is struggling to get around one of the lappers for third, so that might not be good news for him as he is continuing to struggle to get around the lapper. Now trying the outside line, heading over to turn 2, able to get around with ease. So Bull is able to get around the lap traffic. That's going to bog him down from the rest of the field. We're going to continue watching top 2. Sam Griffin out in front, Hagen P2. That is your top 2. There's the lights going all sorts of party mode now, heading into the inner hairpin this time. So, with roughly about 5 laps to go this time by, all Sam Griffin needs to do is sit back, take it easy. Not a lot of lappers in the foreseeable future for those 2 out in front, so they still have plenty of time to try to see if they can't work their way through. Heading over now through the crossover into Daytona Corner they go. Into the south side hairpin. Looks like Sam Griffin is now slowly going to pull away from your second place with Tyler Hagen. Hagen's right there, though, in case any mistakes are made by your leader of Griffin out in front. Let's go down the roster and see if there's been any changes. Jacob Clammy now up into P5 after starting the back with Caden Taylor. Caden Taylor doing an impressive run back up into P4. JJ Wheely has fallen back into 6th. Charlie Hinkle has moved his way up now into 7th. Wyatt Carter still running at P8. Preston Taylor 9th. Megan Prong still registered in the 10th spot. And again, Brian Bax and Luke Etchison, I do not believe, took the green here this afternoon, unfortunately. 4 laps to go. Currently, free leader of Sam Griffin out in front. We're working our way down to the double 6 in the air, and he has opened up a gap yet again. 1.190 seconds for him is the gap between himself and Tyler Hagen in P number 2. No lap karts in the future for those 2. I think they can make it all the way in the checkered without getting to another lapper. So that'll be good news for your leader of Sam Griffin out in front. As you're watching now, there went by. That was Caden Taylor, getting an impressive run after starting in the back of the field, working his way up into P4, driving a very smart and clean race. He was not able to, his last lap, he was at a 32.0, so he's almost running the same time as Carter Bullis, who's running a 31.8, about 2/10 off. Your 2 leaders, however, Sam Griffin, he went a 30.9. Last time by, Tyler Hagen went 30.9 as well. So now the tire tips are starting to come up. The pressure's starting to get a little bit warmer for the tires, that is. His Bulls went a 31.7, so he's able to improve as well. So you can see now the lap times are starting to drop at the tail end of this one. 2 laps are shown last time by. There's your leader again on party mode, making his way up the hill of Sam Griffin. He is looking for the white flag this time by. He'll have one more time around the circuit before he gets the checkered flag here this afternoon. Up the hill he goes. White flag in the air for Sam Griffin. Tyler Hagen, again, 1.6 seconds behind him. Just one more time through before he can get the checkered flag this afternoon. There he is to the crossover now into Daytona Corner, heading up into the south side hairpin. There is one lapper out in front. I don't think it's going to be too much of a factor for him. He should be able to get by with ease, as it looks like he's holding up just a little bit. There he goes on the inside of it, and that is going to be Sam Griffin through the final couple of corners, coming down to the line, and it's going to be Sam Griffin from IUPUI taking the win this afternoon for your Collegiate GP class. Hagen comes across in P2. Carter Bullis comes across the line now to finish in the 3rd spot. Caden Taylor just now coming up the hill, registered for P4. And Jacob Clammy should round out your top 5 for Collegiate GP. That'll do it for that one. We put another one into the books. Up next, you got your 206 Masters set coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. After that, we'll go to KA Juniors, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy, and Super Masters to round things out for this evening's event. we go. 20 laps is the distance for this 8-kart event. Your 206 Master set to take the grid here this afternoon. Matt Geist and Adam Dietz on the front row. Derek Hastings inside row number 2. Melvin Godzi outside of row number 2. Green flag is out there, rolling down into turn number 1. Adam Dietz gets washed out a little wide, and he is now going to get shuffled a little bit farther back. Good news for your leader. Matt Geist out in front continues to open up a gap over the rest of the field, about 3 kart lengths, but now top 3 almost equal spacing of Adam Dietz, followed by Matt Geist and Derek Hastings into 3rd. Melvin Godzi a little bit farther back. He is with Kevin Smolnick, Brandon Lamford, Travis Wilbur and company, and Colby King. So we already have a good split on the track. We got 3 out in the front pack, and then you get 3 running in that second group this time by. Again, 19 laps to go, 1 in the books as they're making their way through now. Looks like we do have yellow out for 2 karts that got tangled up in a little bit of an incident there on the south side hairpin. They're now making their way through, and they'll be right in front of the leaders when they come by now. And it almost appears that Derek Hastings is close up to Adam Dietz for the battle for second. Meanwhile, your leader of Matt Geist holds on to about a 4, count that 3 kart length advantage as Adam Dietz got a good run there out of the inside hairpin, now making his way down into turn number 1. Top 3 now almost equal spacing. Last time by, Matt Geist won a 35.3, Adam Dietz won a 33.7, Derek Hastings 33.6. So all within about 2/10 of each other is your top 3 now, making their way now into the south side hairpin. 18 laps to go now, 17 to go next time by. Looks like there is 1 lapper out in front that might have an opportunity to bunch up the rest of the field, and it looks like Geist is struggling to get to that inner hairpin, and that is now allowed Dietz to close back up to him. He's on the back bumper out of turn 1, going down into turn 2. There's the lapper going to blip by on the right-hand side of your screen. There they go into turn number 2. Dietz now well within the toe of Matt Geist out in front through the Daytona Bank, and they go into the south side hairpin. They are almost nose to tail, a little bit farther back. Hastings struggling to get around the lapper, so that's now going to open up the gap even more so. So it is now confirmed a 2-kart battle for the lead as Geist continues to struggle through that inside hairpin, and that's allowed Dietz to close back up. He's now right there on the back bumper, heading down into turn number 1, now heading up into turn number 2. Now they're making their way into Daytona Corner, heading up into the south side hairpin. Now is your top 2 of Matt Geist and Adam Dietz making their way through turn number 2, heading up the hill now, coming into the inside hairpin. Again, that is Geist out in front, Dietz P2. 15 laps to go, 5 in the books. Top 2, nose to tail. Here comes Dietz with a look to the inside. Thought better of it. He's going to swing out wide, trying to get a good run out of turn 1. He does so. Does he try it into turn 2? He does not. He stays in the toe. There on the right-hand side of your screen, red suit, gold helmet is Derek Hastings for 3rd. There's a good view of the gap. They get Brandon Lamford. He is leading that second pack right now in the 4th position. So they're all getting spaced out. It is now down to a battle for the lead of Geist out in front, Dietz into P2. Up the hill they go, now towards the start-finish straight. Put 1 more in the book. 6 laps in, 14 more to go. Top 2, nose to tail. When is Dietz going to pull out and try to make his move? Does he try it here? Does he sit on the inside? He does not. He stays in the line, gives him a little bit of a push. They've got plenty of breathing room. Currently about 4 seconds they have over Derek Hastings, running back in the 3rd position. 3.56 between Hastings and Dietz, running in the 2nd position. Now into the inside hairpin. Does he try it here? He does not, and it looks like, guys, his tire temperature's starting to come up. He's getting a better run out of the inner hairpin, although Dietz, he realizes that. He tried it down into turn 1, peeked down to the inside, tried to sell Geist a dummy. Geist not buy it whatsoever. Now into turn 2, he sends up on the inside, not close enough to get it done. He continues to follow into the toe of your leader of Matt Geist out in front. So the top 2 are going back and forth, and it looks like Adam Dietz is just trying to have a little fun and possibly toy with your leader of Matt Geist out in front. We are currently about to be 12 laps to go, 8 in the books this time by up the hill. Let's see if Dietz tries it here. He's got it around the inside, gets pinched off by Matt Geist, heading down into turn number 1. Opens up the lead again. About 4 karts now is a deficit between your leader of Matt Geist and Adam Dietz, running into P2, over into turn 2, now over to the crossover again. Through Daytona they go. It looks like Dietz has a little bit of a run. not close enough to make a move, and now he's just trying to recoup what he lost there heading into turn number 2 the last time by. Up the hill and down to this hairpin. This is where Dietz makes up most of the time. It looks like Geist has to do like a double, maybe even a triple turn to get the car to rotate through there, and struggle with the right-handers, and that's allowed Adam Dietz to close back up. Does it again. He's in the toe. He's going to reel him in down this backstretch and close up to the back bumper heading down into turn 2. And there it is. He's down by about a half a car length now through the crossover. Might have an opportunity to set him up for a pass on the south side hairpin. Does he try it here? He does not. Stays in line through the south side and up the hill they go. Now about a half a car length. Dietz has a look to the inside. Guy says, no, I'm going to take the line through there. He takes him a racing line into the inside hairpin. Has a little bit of a better apex than the previous time by, and is still maintaining about a half a car length behind. Now, cross flags, 10 laps to go here for your top 2, who have gone back and forth all night long. Not only in the 206 Masters, but also in the 206 Heavy. So we are watching now the 206 Masters making their way through. Again, this is the battle watching between your leader out in front of Matt Geist and Adam Dietz running in P2. Up next one needs to be on grid, K.A. Jr. K.A. Jr. needs to be on grid. After that, we'll get into 206 Senior Medium. Following that will be 206 Master Heavy, and then concluding the night will be your Super Master. So sit back and continue to watch here. We'll keep you guys updated as they continue on. Once again, if you're joining us here tonight in person, you have a rental transponder. Do us a huge favor. Make sure you return that to the lobby as soon as you're done racing for this afternoon. We need to make sure that we can get all those back, put them back on the chargers, and continue to rent those out to people who need them as we continue on with one more race to go here on our regular season. So we're going to continue to watch these top 2. Up next, got your K.A. Juniors, 206 Senior Medium, 206 Master Heavy, and Super Master coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. And there's a look to the inside, thought about it, and then he's going to go back into line. Adam Dietz peeked down to the inside there, heading into turn 2. He's going to continue to follow into tow here, coming up on 7 laps to go this next time by. Doing a little bit of a midfield rundown. You got Matt Geist out in front, Adam Dietz into P2. Derek Hastings in third, about 6 seconds back from Adam Dietz in the second spot. Brandon Lanfin running in P4. Travis Wilbur in P number 5. Melvin Gonzi in the 6th position, although I think he came into the pits just a little bit earlier. Kevin Smolnick in P7, and Colby King is in 8th. As here comes Dietz, tries on the inside, elbows were out, and he was going for it there into turn 2. Not enough to get it done. Follows back now to the crossover, and just like that, he's got to sit back and make it all up again. He's going to follow into tow, down by about, counted about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths now into the inner hairpin, coming up to 6 laps to go. This time by, we are quickly approaching the 5 laps to go mark. There will be 15 laps in this next time by. Out of turn 1, heading into turn 2 this time. Does Adam Dietz peek it to the inside like he did before? He doesn't. He stays in line right behind Matt Geist out front. Give a little bit of a push now through Daytona corner into turn 2. Does he try it here? He's on the inside. He's sideways. Not enough to get it done. And it's still going to be Matt Geist out in front. Adam Dietz tried it. He got up to about halfway, and Matt Geist said, you try again, you fail again. I'm going to hold on to this position and keep you at bay in P2. Now, Adam Dietz is all over the back bumper. Give him a big old push down in turn 1. Backs off a little bit, trying for the crossover, sets him up into turn 2. He's at his about quarter of a cart. Matt Geist says, all right, let's do this one again. I got the inside, now he's on the outside. New leader, Adam Dietz out in front over Matt Geist coming to the south side hairpin. Now let's see, Matt Geist has led every lap from the start. He's been under pressure the whole race long. Now let's see what happens when we flip the turntables, and now it is Matt Geist into P2, Adam Dietz out in front, and Matt Geist now putting the pressure on Adam Dietz now in turn 1. Let's see it. Geist, he doesn't have as much momentum down this back straightaway. He's relying on the toe off of Dietz. His best run is coming out of the south side hairpin and the inner hairpin. So right now, he's just got to hold on to that draft, try to get as much of a run as he can. Does he try to turn to, or sorry, south side hairpin? Does not, stays in the toe. It actually looks like he lost a little bit of the south side hairpin. So that's good news for Adam Dietz out in front. Let's see if he can make it back up in the inner hairpin. Again, this is one of the poor corners for Matt Geist. He just can't get it through the apex there, and it's probably why he's been trying to hold Adam Dietz at bay for so long. I think Dietz might slowly start to walk away from Matt Geist running in P2. Already is about a half a second advantage heading over into the second corner now, over into the crossover. 3 laps to go now, 2 to go this next time by, as you're watching the top 2 Adam Dietz out front, kart number 66, the American Eagle, privateer, independent entry. Matt Geis in the second position, white chassis, black and orange suit, black and orange helmet, privateer, MGM entry running in P number 2. And a little bit farther back, you get to Derek Hastings running in the third spot, about 7.5 seconds. 2 laps to go shown. This time by for Adam Dietz out in front. He thought about trying to go on the defensive line, looked back, realized he didn't have to, takes the little racing line over into turn 2. Matt Geis just trying to hold on for the toe right now to see if he can possibly close that gap back up if Adam Dietz makes any mistakes, especially over here on the south side hairpin. Closes up a little bit, drops a wheel, and maintains the gap, actually closing it now up the hill, over into the inner hairpin. Let's see what happens. He's not close enough to get the move done. Now across the start-finish straight, heading across the line. White flying in the air. 1 lap to go for Adam Dietz. Can he hold off Matt Geis? Matt Geis, can he make a last-ditch effort run? He tried to get a good run out of turn 1. He did so. Now he's slowly closing up over through the crossover. Now out of Daytona. He's closing him down, but I don't think it's enough to make a move here into turn 2. It's not. He's got one more opportunity. He's about a half a car length back. He might have a Hail Mary attempt into the inner hairpin. Dietz goes on the defensive, does not allow for a pass through the final couple of corners, and it is going to be Adam Dietz taking the win here for your 206 Masters. Adam Dietz comes across with the win. Matt Geis finishing in P2. Here comes Derek Hastings, the last kart on the podium for your 206 Masters event. So that'll wrap that one up. Up next, we got your K8 Juniors, followed by your 206 Senior Medium, then your 206 Master Heavy, and Super Masters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. welcome back here as we are going with the KA100 Juniors. We are 9 laps to go of the 15. It is Dane Van Dyke out in front over Jackson Deal running in the second spot. Then we got Chase Harlow at the Top Kart USA entry running in P number 3. Ryan Moore on the Kart Republic running under NPG in P4. Charlie Myers in P number 5. There's your leader of Van Dyke, the privateer entry on the Cosmic Kart, making his way through Daytona Corner, heading into the Southside Hairpin. Just behind him, Jackson Deal on the Kart Republic NPG entry as well in the second spot. So the top 2 are pretty well spaced out. Let's give you a rundown of the entire field as we continue to watch the top 2 now. It is currently Van Dyke out in front. Jackson Deal running in P number 2. Chase Harlow in P3. Ryan Moore P4. Charlie Myers is finding himself in the 5th position. Landon Brewer P6. Maddox Hooper running on the Tony Kart Nugent entry in P7. Mason Gallion in P8. And Braden Rudder in the privateer Tony Kart in P number 9. So 9 karts deep is your K100 Junior field. Up next, after this one, we still have more racing to go. It is going to be your 206 Senior Medium. 206 Senior Medium is up next. After that, you get 206 Master Heavy, and then your Super Masters. And right now, there is Jackson Deal slowly closing up onto the back bumper of Van Dyke over into turn 2. Again, that Kart Republic MPG entry now over into turn 2. Now through Daytona Corner they go. He is closed up about a half a car down onto Van Dyke as they make the way out of the Southside Hairpin, making the way up the hill to the inner hairpin this time. Does he try it now? He's got the momentum, sends it up on the inside. Possible crossover move, and it is not. Van Dyke puts the momentum straight into the back bumper, gets him up the hill quick as they're trying to keep themselves away from the 3rd place with Chase Harlow. They've got a decent gap, about 1.3 seconds between Harlow and Van Dyke and Deal and company as they make their way through the crossover now. Let's see if Deal can try to hold off Van Dyke now over in the south side. Van Dyke had a possible pass there over into turn number 2. Couldn't quite get it done. Now up the hill they go into the inner hairpin, and he moved there. There's not. Van Dyke has got to wheel it and stay in the toe, trying to see if he can close back up as they make their way down into turn 1. 4 laps to go at the line. 11 laps completed over into turn 2 now. Let's look at the times. It looks like Chase Harlow went a 30.404. Van Dyke in P2 went a 30.36. And Jackson Deal went a 30.305. So they're all fairly close in time. Jackson Deal and Van Dyke are closer than Chase Harlow is in the 3rd position as they make their way up the hill now, coming across the stripe. 3 laps remaining. Can Jackson Deal hold off Van Dyke a little bit longer now? And see the double sticks in the air. 3 laps to go this time by. 2 laps to go next time by. Over to the crossover they go, and it looks like Van Dyke starting to fall off just a little bit last time by. Jackson Deal went a 30.101, and big off the road there for Van Dyke. Drops 2, almost 4 wheels, and he was struggling with time as it was, and ran a 30.229. Last time by, he went a 30.452. Jackson Deal out in front went a 30.234. So about 2 tenths better was Jackson Deal over Van Dyke for second. A little bit farther back, that mid-pack battle starting to heat up. Ryan Moore, Landon Brewer, Charlie Miles, Maddox Hooper, all in a single file, trying to see who's got the more momentum and can make a dive bomb move there as we continue to watch your leader of Jackson Deal out in front as they are now making their way into the start-finish straight now, coming across the line. 1 more lap to go for Jackson Deal out in front. He's held off Van Dyke this long. He's got about a half a second in the bank now as they make their way over into Daytona Corner now, coming up into the Southside Hairpin. Now they go into the Southside for the final time. Jackson Deal, he's got the momentum. Can he hold on just a little bit longer? Up the hill he goes. He's got no competition from behind right now. No pressure, that is. Through the final 2 corners, Jackson Deal takes the win here for your KA100 Juniors. Van Dyke comes across in P number 2. Ryan Moore comes across in 3rd. Chase Harlow in P4. Landon Brewer comes across to round out your top 5. So that will do it for your KA100 Juniors. Up next, your 206 Senior Medium set to take the green here this afternoon at WRP, and you are watching on the WRP Racing Network. we are green heading down into the south side hairpin. Braden Johnson out in front with Adam Maxwell in P2. The two AMAX entries running in first and second. Evan McCorkadale has actually gotten shuffled back. That is Eli Fox up into P3. McCorkadale slotted to start in the 4th position, but I believe he is slotted now into P5. He was right behind Kearns, who is now up into P4. Down through turn number 1, Johnson continues to lead out in front. His teammates right behind him. Look for those two probably to link up and push each other away from the rest of the field. Eli Fox, though, he's got his teammate behind him of Kearns, so if Kearns can catch up just a little bit and get to his bumper, they might be able to work together to catch back up to the top 2. However, Adam Maxwell has been fast all day long, along with Braden Johnson as well. But with 18 laps to go this time by, still plenty of time for racing, and it looks like that mid-pack is also starting to heat up just a little bit. I believe Caden Taylor is the one who's leading that one over Braden Heber in the 8th position. That's 7th and 8th. They're all fanning out, going 2 by 2 down into turn number 1. So there's action happening all over on track. There's your top 2 linked up just like how we thought they would. Johnson and Maxwell. Look for those two probably not to break train on each other until about 5 laps to go. Whether it's Maxwell out in front or whether it's Johnson out in front, those two are probably going to stay linked up this entire duration of the race until we get down to a handful of laps to go. However, Eli Fox and company have slowly started to set sail and close back up to the front 2. Fox is getting a little bit of help from Kearns when Kearns can give it. However, Kearns has got McCorkadale right behind him. Look for McCorkadale right here, making a move into turn 2. He's thinking about it. He's going to try to make it stick. Elbows up. He can't get it done, but it's going to back up the momentum, and that is going to allow Eli Fox to not have a good run there to catch back up to the top 2. Down into the south side hairpin they go, up the hill. Top 2 still nose to tail. Eli Fox, he is now caught back up to him. 3 karts out for the lead. Not a huge gap, but a decent one between Eli Fox and Kearns, running in 3rd and 4th. Now down into turn 1, Eli Fox, he might work with these top 2 for a little bit just to get him away from the field, but then he'll definitely want to try to break up this 2-car battle for the lead, making their way now over through the crossover, heading into Daytona Corner. Top 2 still nose to tail, pushing together, heading up into the south side. No pass is made inside the top 3. Looking at 15 laps to go this next time by. 5 have been completed. That second pack slowly edging their way up towards the top group. Fox continues to take a huge chunk out of the gap that needs to make up, coming out of the inside hairpin now, and the top 3 have opened up a decent size draft for the 3 that are in behind the top 3 of Kearns, McCorkadale, and Brandon Hanville. Hanville has been fast all weekend long, both in the heavy and medium class, heavy and light class, along with senior in general. So he is enjoying the tone that he's witnessing from this top group. He's in this nice position where he can watch everything that's happening out in front. He can take mental notes of what the leaders are doing, but he's also getting pulled along the toe so he can save his energy, save his equipment, save his tires, most importantly, until the end of it. Now, if he has his kart set up to come in later in the race with tire pressures, he is going to be in a very good position when they come down to about 5 or so laps to go. Meanwhile, the top 6 have all bunched up. They're not quite nose to tail, but they're definitely in a pack of their own. As it looks like we have one up into the wall. I believe it's Tyler Kearns, almost up in the wall. Went a little wide there on the entry of Daytona as he's making his way now farther back through the field. He is about 2 kart lengths now behind Hanville, who's now been promoted up into the 5th spot. So the gap is slowly starting to form there between the 2 groups. Hanville all over now the back bumper. McCorkadale look for him to try to give him a huge shove to catch back up to Eli Fox. Eli Fox in 3rd. He made up a decent amount of ground in the top 2. However, he's kind of plateaued. He's sitting at about 0.3 of a second behind the top 2. Hasn't really moved. It's gone up to about 4. It's gone down to about 2. But currently it's sitting right at about 0.3 of a second. We're going to keep watching that as time continues on. And once we see halfway, he might try to put his head down and push it a little bit harder to catch back up to the top 2 and then just maintain. He knows the top 2 are not going to battle each other towards the end. There's really no point for him to try to exert all of his energy now just to catch up and then try to get his nose into it. He's on a good trajectory to slowly catch up to him. If he can get there, he knows he can wait a little bit longer if the second pack does not catch up. McCorkadale, he's now about 0.4 behind Fox, so he's right there, not quite close to make a dive bomb move. However, he's probably not going to be the best choice of driver behind Eli Fox, as these 2 are in the battle for the championship as of now. But the top 2 have brought up the rest of the field. We're now looking at a 5 kart pack
this time across the stripe. 11 laps to go, still being led by Johnson, then Maxwell, Fox, McCorkadale, Hanville, all in line. Then it looks like Tyler Kearns, he's fallen out of the draft, roughly about 1.1 second behind Hanville, 1.9 behind the leader of Brandon Johnson out in front. There's your top 2. And McCorkadale wasted no time to get around Fox. Hanville is now going to follow. Hanville trying to give assistance to McCorkadale when he can. Now down to the south side, or inside hairpin. And McCorkadale, 2 wheels into the grass. He gets a little bit of a bump from Kearns. So Kearns able to keep him back up into the train. However, there's a huge gap now between first and second and now third. Here comes Hanville looking on the inside of Fox. Shoots it up on the inside. Does he take the spot away? He should. Slots in now into the third spot. However, the gap between Maxwell and Fox is now looking at something at about 1.5 seconds. Last time by, when they were starting to get settled down, it was about 1.4. This time, look for 1.5 to 1.6, since they did not have to recoup any lost momentum, and they're still going back and forth. Fox up and over. I think that may have been McCorkadale that Fox climbed over his nose. Not quite sure what happened. Didn't get a good glimpse of it, but now those two way off the pace. McCorkadale, he's pulling his car back on track. Fox is now way deep in the field, back into the 7th position. I think he may have fallen back now into 9th or 10th. McCorkadale refires his car, or attempting to. He's trying to get it pulled start, and he might get back underway. He does, and now he's going to go back onto track. He loops it back around, and now he is, I think there may have been a problem because he's sitting there waiting right now. I think he may have had an issue of some sort. So now we're going to continue to watch the top 2 make their way through, and that is still Johnson and Maxwell. Here comes McCorkadale. He's back on track. And not quite sure if he has any damage. His front fairing does not look good right now as he makes his way down into turn 1. So we look for him to possibly pull in if he gives a quick little shakedown. 8 laps to go now, 7 to go next time by. We continue to watch the top 2 of Johnson and Maxwell. They have been nose to tail all race long. Picture perfect race for those 2. Third place now of Brandon Hanville, currently sitting. Last time by was 1.8 to the leader. This time by about 1.9. So he's maintaining that gap to 2 leaders. Unfortunately, he has no help from behind. Closest one to him, Tyler Kearns in 4th, currently sitting 2.2 seconds behind him. So Hanville is in this no man's land right now. He doesn't have a toe up to the front, doesn't have a whole lot of time, even if he was going about a 1/10 of a second faster than the top 2 to close back up. So all he can do now is really take a knee, wait the clock down, get the points for the 3rd spot, and bring it on home on a podium spot. However, the top 2, look for them as the laps continue on. They're probably going to wait until they see about 2 laps to go before Maxwell tries to make a move. Again, these 2 are teammates, both racing under AMAX. They've been racing together for a long time, both around 66 in the 206 series, or 206 class, I should say. Also at Newcastle, Whiteland Raceway Park, MCC of Cincinnati. So a lot of experience these 2 have racing together, being teammates. So they're probably going to duke it out towards the end with 2 laps to go. Right now, there's really no point for it. They know that one of the 2 are probably going to end up with the win here this afternoon. No point in battling back and forth and then bringing Hanville into the picture when they start slowing each other down. This time by 5 laps to go here at WRP, the 206 senior medium. And a little bit of a rundown. We got Brayton Johnson out in front. Then you go a little bit farther down to Adam Maxwell P2, Hanville P3, Kearns into 4th, Braden Mayfield now up into P5, Kate Taylor moved his way up into 6th, Eli Fox is slotted into 7th, Brandon Heber 8th, Logan Frank 9th, Gavin Baird in 10th, Brady Sabenfield currently 11th, Eric Spillick in 12th, and Evan McCorkadale a lap down in the 13th position. So we're going to sit and watch the next 4 laps continue on. There's your top 2, Johnson and Maxwell. Maxwell fell up just a little bit from the previous laps. Looks like he was able to make it back up as he is continuing on now. So those 2 are probably going to wait towards, let's see, 2 laps to go here in about 2 laps. Laps continue to wind down. These 2 can just sit back, wait, take their time, wait for 2 laps to go, and then go for it. So there's your top 2, and we just gave the rundown. Again, 4 laps to go that last time, 3 laps to go this time by. Your 3rd placement of Hanville, he's made up a little bit of time. He's still maintaining about 1.9 down to the leader, now down to 1.8, so he is making up time. As now to the inside, there it is, 3 laps to go, and a pass for the lead. There went Maxwell, he's now up on point. P2 now goes to Johnson. Again, these 2 are teammates. Johnson decided not to pass back. He knows he's got time. Probably going to sit and wait just a little bit longer before he makes his move.
back on Maxwell, or if he gets an opportunity for one this time by, look for double six in the air. There goes Johnson, right pass back on Maxwell. So now they decided to take the gloves off early. 2 laps to go this time by. Maxwell continues to push. Let's look at the gap between Brennan Hanville now. It's down to 1.4, so he is closing up. If there's a couple of passes back and forth between Johnson and Maxwell, he might get there. Not quite close enough to make a move for the lead per se, but he might get close enough in case something happens with the 2 teammates. I doubt that it does, but it's racing. Anything can happen, but he will be in the field of view, I believe, when we receive the checkered flag. No pass that last lap in the south side hairpin or in the inner hairpin. This time by, white flag in the air. Braden Johnson continues to lead. His teammate Adam Maxwell continues to push him in P2. Hanville closes it up again. He's at 1.3, and now Johnson defends heading down into turn 2. Maxwell takes the normal racing line. It's going to bobble his momentum now through the crossover in Daytona corner. Johnson's probably going to defend here coming to the south side. He does. Maxwell goes high, normal racing line. Let's look for the crossover move from Maxwell. Looks now onto the outside, making their way up the hill. He's going to try to cross over, sends it down the inside of the hairpin. Johnson actually defends. Here comes Hanville in third. Not going to be close enough for Maxwell, and it's going to be Braden Johnson taking the win here this afternoon for 206 Senior Medium. Maxwell comes across in P2, Hanville for P3, Tyler Kurtz for 4th, and Braden Mayfield rounds out the top 5. That'll do it for your Briggs 206 Senior Medium. Up next, it is going to be your 206 Masters Heavy.
Sorry about that.
206 Master Heavy is now underway. 15 laps will be the distance for their feature. Derek Hastings currently out in front over Josh Paccioni running in P2. Melvin Godzi is slotted into the third spot, the flying mechanic. Look for a 3-car breakaway out in front as they continue on through the rest of this one. We're going to keep you guys updated if there's any events to talk about, but as of now, we're going to sit back and watch. If you are up in 206 Supermasters, 206 Supermasters, you guys need to be up on grid ready to go. 206 Supermasters on grid ready to go. Another reminder, if you have a rental transponder, please make sure once you are done for the day, you return that inside the lobby. We need to make sure that we can hold on to those and rent them out to people as they need them who come out here to WRP. Another reminder, it is a little bit later in the afternoon, it is a little bit colder, and if you are about to hit the road, well, thank you guys for coming with us, and please make sure you're careful going home this afternoon. If you're watching live, we still got this one and one more to go. You're watching your 206 Masters Heavy live on the WRP Racing Network. as we continue on here with 4 laps to go for 206 Masters Heavy. It is Derek Hastings out in front as a 4.1 second lead over this battle for second that's heating up between Josh Paccioni and Ty Guernsey. Josh Paccioni last time by won a 30.833. Ty Guernsey won a 30.885. This time by is going to be 3 laps to go for Derek Hastings out in front, having a picture-perfect race so far, making their way through right now as we continue to watch him. We're going to sit back and watch for the next 2 laps here this afternoon as we continue on here. Hastings out in front, south side hairpin, now making his way up in the inner hairpin this time by. Look for double 6 in the air, 2 laps to go this time by. Checkered flag is out for Derek Hastings, making his way across the line. Taking the win this afternoon for Briggs 206 Masters Heavy. Josh Paccioni brings on home in P number 2. Ty Guernsey comes across in the 3rd position. Troy Toney will finish in P number 4. Melvin Godsey in P number 5. Josh Lockhart in the 6th position. That'll do it for the 206 Masters Heavy. Up next is the 206 Super Masters coming to you live on the WRP Racing Network. see it. Green flag in the air for 206 Supermasters. Danny Cutshaw and Uncle Pat take him to the green, this time by down into turn number 1, making their way into turn number 2. Now they're all getting spread out, and it looks like Danny Cutshaw is going to pull away with a significant lead over into turn 2. Now over into the crossover they go, and Cutshaw already opened up about a 20-car lead over the rest of the field as they make their way down into the south side hairpin this time. Through the south side they go, and up the hill towards the inner hairpin. 15 laps is going to be the distance here this afternoon. We want to give another general reminder: if you had a rental transponder, do us a huge favor and please return it to the front lobby. Again, if you have a rental transponder, do us a huge favor and return that to the lobby so we can put it back into safekeeping and have it here for our next club race, and make sure that we have plenty of those for anyone who needs them that wants to come out and race with us here at WRP. 13 more laps to go at the line. Danny Cutshaw out in front now, holding on to a 4.6-second lead over the rest of the field. Let's go down through the order. Uncle Pat currently running in P number 2. Wesley Bollock in the 3rd position. Tom Stevens in P number 4. Joe Stevens in the 5th spot. Richard Lemasters running in the 6th position, with Kathy Schuster running in P number 7. That is your field as they run right now. On your screen, you're watching Wesley Bollock in P number 4 and Richard Lemaster in P number 5 going into turn number 2. Sweeper heading over to the crossover now. Side by side they go through Daytona, and it is going to be Lemasters able to get around Bollock for the 4th position, making the way now into the south side hairpin. On your screen is your leader of Danny Cutshaw out in front. Everyone looking to be single file. They are all spread out equally all throughout the track. They are just out there having a good time. Again, this is 206 Supermasters, so they're just having a good time out here at WRP under the lights. Again, a throwback race week. I want to thank everyone who came out and participated this afternoon on a awesome night race we've had. We have had great racing all the way through, and we are watching the last one, and hopefully a clean one here. 11 laps to go now, 10 to go next time by for your Briggs 206 Supermasters. flag is out this time for Danny Cutshaw. One more time around before he can win or be claimed the winner here this afternoon for the Briggs 206 Supermasters. Now over into turn 2 he goes through the crossover for the final time, making his way into Daytona Corner, hugging that inside line all the way through. Now into the south side hairpin for the final time. The slow climb up the hill, then the quick little downhill, up the hill into the inside hairpin this time. On the brakes he goes, down to the inside hairpin, dipping a wheel, up through the final 2 corners. It is going to be Danny Cutshaw taking the win this afternoon for your 206 Supermasters. Tom Stevens comes across in P number 2. Wesley Bullock will come across in the 3rd position. This is another and final reminder. If you have a rental transponder, please make sure you return those to the front lobby so we can have those back on the charger and we can rent them back out for our next club race. We want to thank everybody who came out and raced with us this afternoon. It is currently 10:50 on a Saturday night here on the south side of it. If you guys are making your way back home tonight, please be extra careful on the drive back. We hope to see you guys here soon for the next one.